Just a little bit. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. A little bit of a hiatus there. Apologies, but needed some personal time. Wasn't feeling well, and definitely had to take a couple days off. So certainly appreciate everybody's patience as we get back into a few things, including and most especially the ThunderCats Lair build. And apparently it's a horde day, so we're not going to be just sprained my leg. Doesn't count. Armchair Guru, holy heck, how you doing? Holy cow, GSB, Twitch, and not YouTube streaming other games. I'm on all three. Twitch, YouTube, and Kick right now. How you been? What's been new? Let's get our ammo munition. We'll see what we could do with this, and then we'll head on back to the lair here and get to work. Make sure I'm getting some food in me. Made my own pizza from scratch. It's not bad for the first one. The dough probably could have sat a little bit longer, cooked a little bit longer, but it's not like doughy, tasting. Just critiquing my own stuff. The sauce, is something I got out of a can. So one of the things I'll do is we'll work on making our own marinara sauce at some point too. But yeah, same shit, different day. Yeah, seen your YouTube streams. Can't do Kick. Wants me to sign up. They're basically run by a gambling company. I get that, but to each his own. Been busy yourself until tonight. Heck yeah, man. Yeah, not me. I'm trying to hit all of the avenues these days as much as I can, because we're at the point now with streaming where I gotta kick it up to some more levels, and I gotta start getting visibility out there to so many different other places. Start pulling in people from a variety of locations. So, yep. Do what we can with what we got. Now I gotta remind myself press E to interact and not F. As I'm I've been playing a lot of Pal World, and F is the interaction button over there. Okay. Okay, looks like, yeah, just checking my dashboards. Looks like we are good to go on all 3 platforms. Okay. Oh my god. I haven't eaten all day. So, homemade pizza isn't necessarily the best option, but at least get some food in us. All right, what else are we doing here? Let's get some of these things switched out. No, why I have wood frames separated like that. Okay, so grenades, shotgun, sniper. Got learning elixir. Yep, Solid Power World is the new hotness right now. Yeah, it's kind of ticking me off that I was trying to get into it heavily, but at the same time, I've got work to do on this ThunderCats layer as well. That's for my sprain, just gonna get rid of it. Yeah, I want to get more of this ThunderCats layer finished because we're not going to have much time left. The server owners at some point here are going to wipe and restart again, and most likely at the end of this month. So we're talking like maybe 20 days left if they don't do it sooner. Hopefully they don't do it sooner. Yeah, so I gotta do what I can on this. So as much as I'm really enjoying Pal World, I'm going to be playing either some more tomorrow or Valheim. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just finishing my schedule for hanging out with my friends tomorrow. But yeah, I was hoping to hit it a lot harder, but the problem is yeah, again, I got all this other stuff on my plate too. But well, best we could do is our best, and go from there. Did I have no additional? Yeah, let's dump chest. All right. Let's go get some more shotgun ammo. Did we put all ammo downstairs? Is that what happened? No. It's one day at a time. Yeah, pretty much, right? It's a couple different things for me. One, it's the self-imposed expectation that if I want to get somewhere, I need to do shit. I need to get shit done. So the most of the stress of all of this is me being hard on myself. No real person is directly giving me crap for not streaming or not streaming something specific, so I'm kind of giving myself a hard time about it, but it's also just looking at the numbers, the analytics, and seeing what people are interested and not interested in. And when I played Pal World the first couple days, I was seeing an initial spike in viewership, and then it just has massively tanked since then, and also tanked because I'm sick and haven't been able to be on stream. Holy ammo, Batman! Yeah, yeah. So yeah, there total of about 4 or 5 of us this time around on this build. This was supposed to be just a temporary base for us to get leveled up, and then I would do the ThunderCats Lair build. And so here's where the work I'm going to be doing tonight, and this next week we're going to be hitting it hard. I might do probably like Pal World on Monday and Wednesday, so then Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday this next week. Maybe that's probably what I'll do for 7 Days to Die. Yeah, once the new wears off, everyone moves on. It is the subconscious. How do I put this? Okay, we're gonna go over to Fort, get ready for Horde Night. The unintentional and subconscious reaction from people of whatever just piques their interest, right? For streaming, entertainment, whatever, right? If it's something that piques their interest, then they're going to be interested. They're going to devote their time to it. They're going to stop by on a regular basis if it's frequently scheduled and something they enjoy. And I can't fault anybody for that, as much as like it would be easy to blame somebody for doing wrong against me or something like that, but it's not one of those scenarios. It's not somebody doing something wrong. It's just a circumstantial situation. People are interested in what they're interested in. So for me, it is trying to find a way to do the things that I want to do while also doing things that people are interested in seeing me doing it on a regular enough schedule that everybody knows that they could keep tuning in, and then trying to find new folks that will be interested to jump on board and increase exponential growth from there. I would like to say at least because my average dropped to about, I think 12.5 is what Twitch was telling me. 12.5 active viewers. I would like to shoot up to 30 by the summer. And in order to do that, yeah, I got to build some consistency, but I also got to continue to stream something that works. The harsh truth is am I getting any new viewership playing 7 Days to Die? So that's something I'm currently evaluating. And it's a harsh truth to kind of come to terms with. I still very much enjoy the game, but if I'm not getting any new viewership when playing it, I've got to rethink what I'm doing here. 7 Days is the same way. Everyone wants to check it out when new alphas drop, then crickets. See, and that's certainly going to be the interesting scenario when they go gold, whenever that'll be. And before anybody says something cheeky about it, we've all heard it. But if they were to go gold, what's the play what am I trying to say? One, what's the player base and how's it doing after 6 months to a year when it goes gold? And for two, yeah, how's the streaming of the game that 6 months to a year after as well? If we're not expecting, once it goes gold, if we're not expecting any new content for quite some time, we possibly have a streaming dead game, you know, streaming a dead game kind of scenario. That's is it hyperbole? Is that the term? But that's overhyping the situation. What is this? Oh my goodness. Apparently I washed my khaki cargo shorts and I left some business cards inside the inside of the like a hidden pocket kind of thing. 2 business cards. Well, from TwitchCon. So for you, I haven't had time to watch anything. Been packing for 2 months, basically. Yeah, see, that was the thing. I was going to be packing and moving last last month, middle of the month to now. I was going to be moving into a studio apartment, but I didn't get the apartment for a variety of reasons. And so I've been kind of bummed out about that, but it did help me kind of do some cleanup. And for anybody unaware, this fella right here is getting an update. So he's got a new texture look coming. I saw somebody on Twitter say, like, yeah, but if it were realistic, he'd look a lot more mangy and starved and everything. I'm like, you just can't win, right? You know, they got a new, nice, enjoyable texture design on something, or an updated texture design, and what do people do? They still bitch and complain about it. Yeah. Yep, downsizing, a lot of trash gone. So I'm telling people in game, lots of loot bags out here. Did you guys forget to pick this stuff up? Yeah, there were lots of leftovers from last one. Alright, what's going on here? There we go. Sorry, you guys can't see this because I block in-game chat just in case somebody types something that we don't want broadcasted. Yeah, we're 1,449 days in. I think everybody's not worried about loot. So this is the other catch-22 that we were thinking about before as well. Is a couple people were saying that they want they want ongoing progressive game. Basically, you know, they want it all to be continuous in that and not have to worry about wiping and restarting. And I totally feel for that scenario, but the thing is like, you see what happens when you do get a game over 1,000 days. What's going to keep everybody's interest for playing the same world that long? Now, I think a small percentage of people will like the idea of continuously building more things in one world that's not wiped, and that's totally understandable. But I think that's why, like, Glock, Jawoodle, Cap, yeah, a couple others, why they don't play their series past 70 days is at that point you've kind of played out content in a way. But I don't know. It's food for thought. Reload. I didn't post that I was going live anywhere, so I'm not expecting a lot of viewers tonight. So we'll see how it goes. Okay. These guys are wasting ammo. But vanilla does top off once you get tier 6 gear. Yeah. Well, and so that's what I was trying to think about for me is I've enjoyed this game, but I'm the kind of person that's enjoyed the recycle aspect of a new alpha comes out, and we see what we play it long enough to see what's new and what mechanics are different, and then from there we just kind of go about our own thing. I'm a builder. I love to build. I don't think I'm as good as a lot of people are for building because of a couple different factors. One, I think a lot of other people are more into the minutia, nuanced detail of building and design. And for two, I don't finish it. I'm Mr. 75%. So that's why it's really important for me to finish the ThunderCats layer and get that done. It's just, again, go figure that the server happens to be on a Horde night again when I start up a stream. And I just started up at random, too, because I had a serious thing for work I had to attend to all afternoon, so... So I tackled that, and then trying to say, like, okay, if we could get at least a few more hours left, it's Saturday. So likewise, I don't know how long we'll stream tonight, but, yeah. Just as soon as we get this done. Oh, what's our numbers? We'll just worry about enemy kills. 3699. Now we could do the whole thing. Uh-oh. I was not expecting zombies to get here quick. We usually have lag on the server. I've got 20 frames per second right now. Oh, hi, fella. Mr. Spider Zombie, can you not? Oh, shit. Man, they just keep coming. What is this, a horde tank? Alright, got an abrasion, got infection. We'll take a honey here in a moment. Okay, now the frames are dropping even more. I have a concussion too. Alright, concussion, pain meds. That's awesome. So that happened. I don't think the rockets knock other players backwards, but nice. I mean, with friendly fire off, it's PvE server. You know, we're not gonna get hurt by somebody else's rockets, but still. Thieves! They're stealing my kills. Explosion. Yeah. I don't know where that biker was going. Dude. What happened to the game? It's all the rockets. It's gotta be. That's why I don't like going to that community fort anymore. All right, I'm restarting. They blew me up so bad it kicked me out of the game. That was a hard crash. Haven't had one of those in Alpha 21 yet. I've had it a couple times. Yeah, we're just blinks away. It's unfortunate, but... Yeah. I signed on the dotted line that says this is an alpha game, so... Turn off my air conditioner. It was like 76, 78 degrees in the apartment earlier when I was taking a nap. Woke up with that groggy congestion, warm apartment kind of thing. Please stop. Damn, actually a lot of vultures. I kind of want to say, just worry about yourself right now. Firing all these rockets at the zombies that are coming towards me, I'm gonna kill the zombies. Unless that's what they're doing, is they're just trying to get the kill count. Oh, they're going for the ladder. That's probably what it is. I just have to be near the ladder. Oh, that missed rocket going way out. Still got 1,200 rounds on this thing. we get the kill shot? Yep. Got that demo long range. I was gonna say I heard another vulture. I hear another demo somewhere. Oh, harsh. I had to reload. So silly. Ankle shot. Ankle shot. He's doing good over there. Click. She's still hopping around one leg? No, not anymore, but... Keep going for all these kneecap shots. Not entirely on purpose. There's the morning chime. little overkill, but all right. All right. 168. So we went up 5 levels. 516 went up 5 game stages. 3699. Almost 100 kills. 80 kills. Right? Yeah. Which I'm surprised I got 80, seeing as how these guys are blowing everything up with rockets. I wound everything, and then they just basically, oh, are we back to having a... Oh, right. We did hurt ourselves earlier. Oop, I might have just missed the infection. We'll do another honey in a second. Or in when that percentage gets down. But yeah, it's a nice convenient place for people to team up on this server, and I'm also not worried about loot here. Oh, whoops. I was trying to go to the ThunderCats lair. But otherwise, not too shabby. All right, we got a lot of work to do. That leg's not going to heal if I keep bouncing around like that, too. Okay. Cluck Norris still hanging out, doing good. All right. I remember when you started the place. It's huge. Yeah, this is it though. This is the last time we're gonna build it. I've given up on it so many times, too many times, and now it's just basically like, okay, let's get it done. Let's see what we could do, especially with Alpha Alpha 21's new blocks and everything like that. Gave us opportunity to, gives us an opportunity. We're still in progress, not past tense. Gives us an opportunity to oh shit, went the wrong way. Oh, I've been playing too much Pal World. Gives us an opportunity to finally finish it, and do so with blocks that are in the game that were not in the game 6 years ago, or 5.5 years ago. Yeah, there we go. We're just dumping everything out. Make room for the concrete mix, cobble. Okay. Ten. Where do we leave off? Cobble. Here we go. All right. So once we finish these 10 stacks of cobble and concrete, and this is just for anybody that's not aware of what we're doing, we add another 1,000 count to our build, 1,000 blocks. Notepad. ThunderCats layer build. Start that file up. Oh, that's right. Properties. There we go. You guys see that now? So yeah, we're at 36,000 blocks. I mean, I've estimated that this is going to be a 100,000 block build. So as you can imagine, I'm really falling behind here. All right. Yeah, because for the most part, we got a lot to do in the back of the build. But what I wanted to do a couple weekends, past couple weekends, is I wanted to get the head and the front face of the whole build done, and then the rest of the stuff in the back would just be filler. You know, start creating the different rooms and things that would be in here. Down on the level I'm on right now, I guess the ground floor, first floor, however you want to call it. All this stuff would be essentially the Great Hall stuff, and it would have this high ceiling design look. Then everything else up above that is like going to be in increments of 10 to kind of coincide with the floors that would be accessible by these stairs. I got 7 minutes left on this leg, so is that icon different? Treated abrasion. Okay. I don't think I've really looked at that in Alpha 21. It's got the blood coming through the bandage kind of look to it. Right on. But that's 7 minutes. 11 minutes on the splinted leg. Dorkster. I'm not making a mess. The people apparently I did Horde Night at Fort are making a mess. they were doing rockets at everything. Worse than Barry. I say that affectionately for Barry. Barry, at least, he's our boy, you know. But no, they blew me up so bad with rockets trying to kill the zombies next to me that that the game blinked away. It shut down. So you know, there was that. I know I stayed to one side. I stayed to one side and away from them. Wait, you're on the server? Or are you talking in past occasions? I was gonna say, where's the team up? So same group, Baker Band and everything. Okay. Yeah. Mm. Speaking of Barry, you talk about him and he arrives. What's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you. All right. So we're going to not only sorry, I have to walk slow again because of this cast, but we're gonna try to finish the concrete on this. At a certain height up here, we're gonna do this kind of like window design thing. I decided to go ahead and not do the cape version, the cowl or whatever, cowl and cape kind of look there, in favor of just doing the rounded shoulders like this. But yeah, but we'll still get the window things here done. So we should probably like find what do you call it? Where we gotta put that? You guys be in voice chat? Okay. Wait, that's not a left field. What do you mean, Barry? Steroids good for the knees. Oh, no, we got him in the medical box down below. I just waited out. I'm that stubborn of a patient. I'm that patient of a patient. Oh, it does. That we were 0.01 or more over the infection rate, and so we do in fact need to have another jar of honey. Oh, Dorkster, I didn't fill up the generator, but I put 5,000 gas in. I think it was 5,000. Back at the base camp. It was just at a sliver of fuel left. So days since last accident. I have not had an accident on the job site here, so it doesn't count me being hurt from Horde Night. Oh, sorry. As per usual, I left it up. Your Call of Duty is kicking in? Sorry. Old joke from a friend of mine when talking about OCD moments. Gonna say, don't lag on me now. I'm getting 110, 120 frames per second right now. Would love to get that during Horde nights. Work. I worked once. Worst 30 days of my life. Oh, God, if I could only have had to work 30 days. Bitchy. How you doing? Good to see you, too. "30 days. Shoot, how long have I been working? Day jobs. Day jobs. This is the night job, apparently. 27 years? And 24 of those this April will be with the same company industry. Yeah. Different contracts, different departments, groups, whatever, but yeah. Same thing for 24 years this April. Oh, I still work, but mostly I like how I choose the emphasis on that. I work hard at letting other people work. They don't pay me enough. Yeah, I feel like I keep extending this when I say it, but yeah, I still got like 5 to 10 more years at this gig. That's what I'll call it. The only reason I've mentioned it before, but the only reason I'd leave the job is if I was making twice as much doing something else like streaming or something like that. And even still, it's only I would consider it. I wouldn't even say that, oh, this is it, you know. I'd have to sit there and evaluate whether I was ready to jump in doing this. And I'm nowhere near, not even a fraction of enough views and earnings and everything like that to be able to do that. So 5 to 10 more years minimum at the job I'm working at. So what's everybody been up to? How's everybody's weekend going so far? Speaking of work, I had to put about 6 hours in earlier. And sort a few things out. And then since I've been sick, my sleep schedule's been off. But I think roughly this weekend I get to reset it a little bit. I say what we got going on. for movies. I think Madam Web's coming out this next week, right? What have I got? My next ticket, I think, is Dune 2. Yeah, Dune 2 on, Oh, wow. Did I grab the wrong day? Says I have a 7 p.m. showing on a Sunday. Damn it. I must not have paid attention. Good thing I'm talking about it now, huh? Yeah, no, I like to go to the Thursday premiere days. Oh, no, 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 no. I got a special what do you call it? Advanced screening, I think. Yeah, let me double check that because I think that's what's going on. Yeah, because it comes out March 1st. Okay, so that's what's up. Yeah, limited engagement. Okay. Thoughts on Deadpool 3 and the whole thing about using him to reboot X-Men and the multiverse timelines, but we don't know that for sure. That's all speculation. Um, the if that's what they do, I'm totally for it. I'm down with the idea that it could be uh, what do you call it? It could be a way to kind of not only reset the X-Men Fantastic Four, put them into the Marvel Cinematic Universe versus just the 20th Century Fox universe. But it also could be an opportunity to correct a few things over the past 3 years that haven't been working out. Uh, my ongoing theory or feeling, I'm not the only one, but is that movies like The Eternals and Ant-Man 3 and a couple others, my theory is that those are not in the 616 movie universe, but that they might do it with the Marvels too. That they might actually say that those were separate other universes that we were seeing, and part of the whole multiverse saga is an attempt to say like all this stuff is in fact not in the Prime universe. Um, it's a way to kind of excuse some of the stuff that hasn't worked lately. But I'm also the kind of fan that I have an understanding, a comprehension of the pandemic, the writer and actor strikes, and Bob Chapek taking over Disney Plus, sorry, Disney, and then subsequently Bob Iger coming back and having to have like that much shift and change in management, and then coming back to Bob Iger again puts Kevin Feige back into a better position to run Marvel Studios again. So I feel like it's an unfortunate scenario where they had production teams doing things. We got 3 minutes left on this leg. They had production teams doing things mandated by Bob Chapek and his tenure at Marvel at Disney, asking for a lot of stuff to be on Disney Plus and more content, and which diluted a lot of things. Now, ultimately, I think there still could have been a lot more direction from Kevin Feige during all that stuff, and I don't know if we'll ever know the truth about what happened behind the scenes. And so, what this gets at for me for Deadpool 3 and X-Men is, again, I think, yes, it is an opportunity to use a lot of what is going on and Deadpool in somewhat of a humorous way to reset, what's going on with all the timelines, including the 20th Century Fox ones. Another level up. Dang it. Oh, now we're out of wood. We'll see what we got down here. But yeah, that's my basic feelings on it. Is in a humorous way, I think Deadpool is gonna get a chance to engage with a multitude of different characters, like the fact that they did confirm Jennifer Garner is coming back as Elektra. So you've got that scenario going on. And she, Elektra wasn't a 20th Century Fox character, right? If I remember correctly. I think that was that Lionsgate or... Oh, I forget who had that briefly. Didn't like her as Elektra, just didn't seem to fit. Yeah, I think that was one of those, they didn't quite know what they had with her kind of scenario. And then, trying to do the spin-off, she was popular from Alias, and I think she's a damn good actress, but yeah, I think trying to cash in on the popularity when Alias was out of trying to appeal to that fan base as well. I think they missed the mark with the Ben Affleck Daredevil, but I still enjoyed the hell out of it, especially the director's cut. All of that stuff before Iron Man, done by other studios. I don't personally have the need for that stuff to be like canon, like it all to be connected. But the cool thing is now there is that opportunity for them to say that it is canon, but it's canon because it's another multiverse, So what happened with 2000s X-Men going all the way to X-Men Dark Phoenix and Deadpool's 1 and 2, all of that stuff with the 20th Century Fox X-Men stuff can be another universe. And, people, if they've seen that post-credit scene with Beast, we know that that's, another scenario there where they're showing another universe's X-Men, in a manner of speaking. But I think what's going to happen at some point in the next year or two, because we'll go through this year with Deadpool and only Deadpool, is I think they'll have to basically clean it up a little bit. Like, we still don't know with the Eternals. We don't know like what really is going on with the whole Celestial sticking out of an ocean kind of thing. One newspaper blurb in She-Hulk doesn't cut it. It doesn't confirm that that stuff is in the same universe either. When I was talking to some people, I think like there was a newspaper article in Daredevil season 1 that talked about the Battle of New York, you know, and a lot of the stuff that they mentioned in the Netflix Daredevil was the whole, you know, the big green guy and, you know, the Battle of New York and everything or whatever. And so they acknowledged that an event like that happened. But now the funny thing is, um, now apparently the Netflix Daredevil is canon, but I still think they're gonna say, as in, it was another multiverse version of Matt Murdock that is very closely aligned to the same world that we're watching in our movie universe. And I think they're just gonna say it's canon because it's multiverse versus it's canon because it is exactly the plot line we're following in the Avengers 616 movie universe. Iman Vellani, who plays Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan, she was a big stickler trying to get Kevin Feige to tell everybody, no, it's not 616, it's Universe 19999, and he hasn't buckled on that. He hasn't fully confirmed to everybody. He's telling everybody it's 616. Aren't they supposed to cover the Celestial thing in Captain America 4? Haven't heard any confirmation on that either. So that's the hard part here is we've got a whole bunch of rumor and speculation out there now that also is so diluted that we don't know what is or is not confirmed anymore. Usually, and I'll put air quotes on that. Air quotes. You can see me doing the quotes. Sorry, I'll put quotes on that. Usually, if Variety, Hollywood Reporter, or anybody at that somewhat level, when they do an article where they interviewed like Kevin Feige directly or something, or one of the producers from Marvel directly, usually they can, you could refer to those articles because despite Variety lately be having some opinion pieces about Disney and Marvel, you can usually depend on those being accurate because they are directly interviewing the people, and so that's why I tend to like Variety or Hollywood Reporter in those cases, right? But as far as I know, I don't think we've gotten any confirmation that there's any kind of plot line with the Thunderbolts officially released. Or sorry, Captain America 4. And then that's the other thing is Thunderbolts. Pitchy, why don't zombies spawn here? We got our land claims here, and honestly, okay, making sure I can run. Honestly, we do get zombie wandering hordes every now and then. But there tends to be like something with 7 Days to Die where if you've been in an area a really long time, it doesn't seem to load zombies near you as much as when you first start the game, the first week or two of the game. And I personally don't like that. I like the idea of frequent zombies coming in, the risk factor of zombies getting you while you're building. But yeah, zombies can't spawn on player placed blocks either. So something with such a large base placed blocks, they would need to spawn outside of it on the ground. Yeah, we've had once or twice some zombies inside the base. Out here in these areas, the land claim I'll show on the map. The land claims we currently have are these ones, and so I think this part here is not land claimed, so therefore it is risked to being loading zombies in. Oh, Cluck Norris, buddy, you scared the shit out of me. Wow. But yeah, I've had it occasionally where some zombies have loaded in the backs there, but yeah, that's the hard part too. Is while we're building, and all these blocks I have to put in for this build while we're doing this work, that does mean that we're not fighting zombies and we're not having a lot of activity. But that was part of what I was saying was when I get back to work on this build, that means doing all the boring, tedious stuff. And I tried to do some of the work offline. Where I was able to upgrade a lot of those blocks you guys see today up front there. Yeah, there's so much work to do. And we also get, on occasion, a bear and a mountain lion. That load in over on the southeast corner here. Just realizing too, I don't know if we've had any attacks or damage. No. But yeah, over on the southeast corner, we would have at least a bear and a mountain lion load in over there. Yeah, so again, it's the catch-22. It's the yeah, you put your land claims down, so yeah, so something doesn't load exactly on your build, but at the same time, you know, wandering zombies from outside the place should be loading in and coming to the base frequently, and they don't apparently. But yeah, the first couple in-game weeks, first like 14 days or so that we started working on the ThunderCats lair here, I was frequently getting zombies during the night. And since then, I haven't really had much activity. I mean, one could say it's like eventually zombies are going to thin out and die down with the amount of bullets we have and all the zombies we kill. But at the same time, for a video game, yeah, I do think we should still get a lot more frequent activity that we don't get. There we go. We could work on this also and get more of this going. This is the middle of the chest, and while I do have a makeshift ThunderCats logo up there, we're gonna be probably doing a larger one. In the meantime, everything off the center here is going to be steel in order to have like maximum what do you call it, horizontal support, maximum strength for horizontal support. 630 blocks to go on our current cobble and concrete. So yeah, since I slept most of yesterday, trying to feel a little bit better and get my stomach sorted out. I don't know what possessed me, but I finally decided to make that homemade pizza, and again, it's the last slice right here. Thankfully, that didn't make my stomach worse. I did light cheese and light sauce, so I think that's part of what what made it easier on my stomach. But I watched Train Spotting for the first time all the way through. Mentioned on my Twitter. Might have put it on Discord, I can't remember. But yeah, I watched Train Spotting with Ewan McGregor. And I remember when it first came out, like watching bits and pieces of it, but like because I didn't watch it all the way through, I didn't really understand it, or some of the things that were going on in it. And so I'd watched it last night all the way through, and I was like, oh man, this messed up what this character goes through, but ultimately I kind of dig where it wrapped up. And I was gonna watch Train Spotting 2, because they made a second one 21 years later. 20 for the story. Good movie, but it's a doozy. Yeah, it was a, pun intended. It was a trip to go through what the characters were going through. But yeah, the young gal that Ewan McGregor kind of hooks up with, like, I wanted them to kind of touch up on that scenario a little bit more. But the actress, her voice sounded so familiar to me, and I was like, is that Merida from Brave? I'm like, no, just because it's a girl with a Scottish accent doesn't mean it's, not every actress is and it turns out it is. Kelly MacDonald, it's the actress that does Merida's voice from Brave. And so I was just kind of like, okay, well that's what she was like when she was 19, 20 years old, and yet her voice is still, still like Merida's. But yeah, I didn't have Train Spotting 2 available on a like a stream platform that I have a subscription to. And I was thinking like, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and buy it. But I ended up watching The Social Network instead. I've seen that many times. And I'm not sure what it is. Like, there's something just like rewatchable about The Social Network for me. I'm not a huge fan of the actor. Damn it. Played Lex Luthor. Jesse Eisenberg. But yeah, between Jesse Eisenberg and Andrew Garfield and Justin Timberlake, it's just like there's something about that that movie is just like really appealing. And again, to do it on a rewatch basis, to watch every 6 months or so, it's appealing to me. But yeah, so I watched the Social Network. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get rid of this, and we'll rebuild it again. We went ahead and painted the the frame blocks. Oh, what's her name too? Brenda Song is in that too. Um, that was it. Was she in the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody? I think that's where I initially knew her from. But yeah, I think she and Macaulay Culkin are together, having a pretty happy life. It's like good for them. Barry, that's where she's from. Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. All right, thought so. Yeah, and I think I still have 1 or 2 episodes left of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the new TV show on that premise, and I've enjoyed it. I think they've got a couple logic plot hole issues in some cases, but I don't. Anything that's Donald Glover, I tend to enjoy. So, but which I haven't seen in Atlanta, and so and I live in Atlanta. But no, I haven't seen the show Atlanta, and apparently that's good. And this Mr. and Mrs. Smith is by the same group of people, or at least Donald Glover and some of the writers, creators, or something like that. And it doesn't 100% do what the movie version that Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie were, which I like too. It's like, why rehash the same thing? Why not kind of put a little bit of a spin on it? And in this case, I think that works. So, yeah, it's not a spoiler. It's in the trailers for the show. And if anybody knows the ending of the season, don't spoil it, obviously. But they're working for the same agency, and apparently so they both know each other are spies. They're specifically hired to be acting as a married couple for the spy agency. And so that's one of the differences there. Whereas in the movie version, the premise was that they each didn't know that they were working for a rival spy agency. And so when they both find out that they're technically the enemy of each other, that's where like the tension and the hostility and a little bit of dark humor comes into play for the movie. And so on that tone, there's aspects of that, I think, for the TV show. But yeah, I definitely don't want to spoil it for anybody, because I think it's a fun show. It's a fun concept, and I'd recommend checking it out. First couple episodes, I think, get a good enough hook in you to let you know if you're gonna like the rest of the series or not. The things I had problem with like logic, plot hole, loophole, or whatever issues is just from my perception, not being a spy. There are some things that I feel like they skip over that spies would do. I'll just say it that way. And it might just be for the sake of writing a series, skip over that to get to the other more important stuff. And I get that possibility too, but I think sometimes substance and context is important for the viewer. Case in point, going back to Train Spotting, there is a really gross situation set up in Train Spotting by earlier dialogue by Ewan McGregor, by his character Renton, and he sets it up so that when you see another character experience it, you understand what happened. Whereas years ago, when it first came out, I didn't understand what the hell had happened. So, yeah. I'm not wanting to elaborate because it's a gross moment. So yeah, I just think like really good writers, definitely not me. Really good writers will be able to set up that the context in advance and execute that a little bit more effectively. But Donald Glover and the actress, I apologize, don't know her name, but I think they make their characters so interesting enough that I'm not too much worried about some of those plot holes. Yeah, I've said it before, but we hear owls in this game, but we never see them. I think what would make this game more spooky and eerie is if the game did have more birds, not just the vultures, but occasional ravens or blackbirds, crows, whatever. So that like that, and owls at night and everything. Like if you really wanted to waste your ammo and get one, you get like one meat out of it, maybe 2 feathers. My Erskine, yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for looking that up, Armchair. Yeah, she does a really good job of kind of looking like a kind of initially a plain, simple gal, and then all of a sudden, like, having some really, really kick-ass moments. Oh, that was the other thing about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, is a lot of the action and, like, fighting isn't this overly choreographed stuff. Like all of a sudden both people are like these insane like martial artists kind of scenario, which I do like for the right kind of type of story and everything like that. You watch John Wick go through all these guys, and I mean, you sit there and you go like, okay, this is all planned and choreographed. We're watching some of the behind the scenes stuff, how they do it. But at the same time, it's kind of nice to see, like, Donald Glover and Maya Erskine, both kind of do this a little bit more real world fighting kind of thing when they're fighting people. So that's been kind of nice too about the style of the show. I think after a while, you kind of get a little tired of everybody being like this, 300% better than everybody else kind of scenario. And it's kind of fun to just watch, like, real people have real interactive fighting and defending themselves. So nobody was kind of a little bit that way, and with a little bit of spark of creativity with how Bob Odenkirk would fight people. Now that one was done by one of the John Wick directors, yeah, because it was two guys that did John Wick with Keanu Reeves, but yeah, one of the guys did Nobody, and everybody wants to know if Nobody is in the same universe as John Wick. They could easily slide it in there. Or, you know, they could easily make it a the same universe kind of scenario. I liked him in The Martian. Played kooky, almost borderline ADHD character. Him. Oh, Donald Glover. Yeah, I like that. The Martian's another one I've watched a lot over and over again the past 3 or 4 years. Yep, he played the guy who worked out all the math. Yeah. You know I'm your boss, right? Uh-huh. Love that moment. Martian came out in 2015. Rich Purnell. Rich, yeah, get out. Okay. Yeah, the Rich Purnell maneuver. The meeting they had. I like that moment in The Martian. The meeting they had, the Council of Elrond, and what's her name from Saturday Night Live's like Council of Elrond. Yeah, that's where, you know, everybody got together to talk about the One Ring, and frickin' Sean Bean is in the room. He's one of the characters in the room, you know. So he already got Boromir actually there and in the room talking about the Council of Elrond. I love that moment. I'm a sucker for things like that. Oh God, what was one of the recent ones I saw about that? Easter eggs, yes, yeah. There's so much fun, but the problem is like sometimes you do have to kind of execute it just right, where it's not too cheesy. Damn, I can't remember the recent one Oh, man. Yeah, I can't remember if it was a movie or a TV show now at this point. But there was one recently where it was just like, it was just spot on. It's like the equivalent of Christopher Lloyd in something else talking about Back to the Future, you know. It was that much of an Easter egg. Oh, and I watched, and I'm hoping that's what gets me to it. Oh, yes, that is actually it. speaking of Star Trek and what I watched recently, my mind went down the mental Rolodex. The Masters of the Universe cartoon that Kevin Smith helped produce. I watched the second 6-episode half of it that came out, and William Shatner. Wait, was it William Shatner? I'm piecing together memory now from a week of me being sick. Masters of the Universe. Revolution. Yeah. Yeah, so William Shatner is... Yeah, he's playing a character named Keldor. And I think it's something that he says as Keldor. Damn it. That I think was a Star Trek reference or something. Or damn, this is gonna bug me if I don't think if I don't remember what it was. I mean, it wasn't like you know, your federation or whatever, you know, like talking about another federation. He's, you know, but it was something else. Damn it. Now I gotta see like if somebody had nope, that's the first season. Yeah, sorry, you guys. Yeah, I was hoping somebody had like a quick web page with it on it, but apparently not. Anyways, that was one of the things that I thought was fun, was like a little bit of an Easter egg moment like that I think William Shatner got to have playing this character of Keldor. Today on How to Sidetrack an ADD 7 Days to Die player. I do it myself, though. You guys don't have to just sidetrack me. That's the rabbit hole in my brain for you. The Life of Barry, ADHD. Yeah. I think we all kind of get along in that regard, don't we? 85 more blocks on this current batch. Still bugging me. You guys didn't hear that, right? I'm going through Netflix to... Looks like I missed some stuff on the outer wall. Okay, we'll get that. That was the other thing about the Masters of the Universe. Um, Prince Adam, or He-Man's mother, is played by Gates McFadden, Dr. Crusher. So another Star Trek alum. The staircase looks identical to the Daredevil staircase fight scene. I mean, it might be intentional. Time to install an elevator. Hey, if it were Subquake's Undead Legacy. There's a mod for that? Yeah. Well, the server owners would have to want to put that on here. I missed the hatch elevator technique. Or maybe it's Mark Hamill doing Skeletor that says something Star Wars. Ah, it's gonna bug me. There we go. Sorry, I'm amused that I'm technically watching He-Man while doing this. Speaking of Subquake, hey there, dropping in for a bit, say hi, hope things are going okay in your neck of the woods. Dude, we were just talking about Undead Legacy and elevators. Or were you lurking? Wow. For real? Just logged in? Yeah, no, like, not even a minute before you typed. Man. Ask for Barry, he arrives. Ask for Subquake, he arrives. Cheers, man. Yeah, hope you're doing well. I'm getting there. Yeah, we're making some progress again on the build here. I've unfortunately been out of it for the past couple weeks. So yeah, ThunderCats Lair's coming along though. Barry's like crazy. I've been pretty busy, mostly lurking on streams if I have time to watch. I hear that. The Summoner of Heroes. I know, right? Like at least I hope that when I beckon, you all arrive. So to speak. All right. Well, I'll have to bring up that topic again. Yeah, it's something that either William Shatner says as this character Keldor, or Mark Hamill says as Skeletor in the Masters of the Universe show. That is like a line for one of the things that they've said in Star Trek or Star Wars, respectively. So. But yeah, people are asking for when does the next update come? Pretty much every single day since Alpha 21 came out. Except me, right? I don't bug you about it. Nah, you'll get it when you get it, man. Oh wait, yeah, that ammo we are. Oh, did I put away the 7.62? You give them the Tobey Maguire Peter Parker from Spider-Man 3. You'll get your update when you fix this goddamn door. Okay, doesn't quite work that way, but you know, when he's talking to Mr. Dickovich about the rent. There we go. Tell them to wait a bit longer than just update for Alpha 22. You know, it'd be cool with Alpha 22. They are reworking how armor will work. I do hope it'll be easier to mod in custom armors. Imagine a ThunderCats helmet. I just want cat ears. You know, I want to be able to create Polly over there like legit in game and put cat ears on her. Which I know loosely. Nobody from Fun Pimps has told me this, even though I've pestered a few of them. I know loosely it's the idea that once they go gold, whenever that'll be, that's where micro things like that could come in. Hopefully not necessarily microtransactions, but but you know, micro things like that could be added later. Cosmetic improvements. Guess what? What? Chicken butt. Guess where? Where? Chicken over there. That's the chunky chicken. Yeah, what you've been feeding at McNuggets. That's Cluck Norris. I'm babysitting him for the server. The owners of the server. The lease owner, Cluck Norris. Yep. Open up the character screen. There's a button for MT store. I mean, yeah, it would be cool. And again, I know we've got more like character design and animations coming, and I look forward to it. It's just that's always been my wish. Just get cat ears, or like our regular fluffy bunny, and a couple others say bunny ears, and it would be fun stuff. Other people said they don't like that. They think it's silly Fortnite stuff, you know. And to me, I just say, then don't wear it, you know, don't do it. You're surviving the zombie apocalypse. You gotta have a sense of humor to get through it all, in my opinion. Yeah, just vendor trash, the things you don't like in loot, pretty much, right? It's like it's not really something I think people should get too worked up over if the game has it, and that's where it's like I don't mind the idea if it does become like a little bit of a, oh, God, I even hate saying it when I say it, microtransaction. Like, you know, you buy a $10 expansion kit. Because to me, I like the game and I like the developers and I'd like them to be able to stay in business. So, you know, if it's something that, you know, could get the company money but not be too much. But I already know, like, a lot of people are kind of like, yeah, but that's where it starts. And then all these other microtransactions come in. And I mean, for the most part, I've not played a lot of games because there's microtransactions in them, and I've just not been interested in playing if they're going to be that kind of stuff. I think the greater gaming community is on a pendulum swing the other way that is drastically going against microtransactions. But a lot of you guys are more knowledgeable about that stuff than I am, so I may be perceiving that wrong. No, put items behind a what pull? Like Counter-Strike? I don't know what that is. But you put a kappa in there, so Subquake, get a level up and you get loot chest pop up with RNG cosmetic in it, right? It all started with horse armor. Yeah, I was listening to Asmongold talk about that. The horse armor thing. Well, you pulled 16 of the same stuff. Yep. Yeah, just sell it to the vendor. Vendor trash. Get some coin, you know. Then you need to buy the super pimp dukes for more chests. Yeah. Yeah, that's the route I'm really hoping that the fun pimps don't go down. I don't think they need to do that anyways. A type of computer game, especially one played on mobile phone, in which users can pay to get a new character, ability, object, etc. at random. Gotcha definition. Okay. Like, is it spelled G-A on purpose? Like, is it supposed to be gotcha? Like that? Like, am I not interpreting that correctly? Yep, pretty much slang. Okay. So yeah, just making sure I'm also understanding that aspect correctly. All right, let's finish up this stack of concrete mix. Barry says, then every 2 weeks, a new box rolls up with a legendary version of the same skin you have, but gold. Yeah. What's great about it? It's gold. What's it do? It's gold. It sparkles gold. Ooh. Um, Gacha game is a video game that implements the gacha toy vending machine mechanic similar to loot boxes. $20 for gold trim on your cat ears. Yeah. See, now we're talking. I mean, again, I've got five 7 Days to Die t-shirts. Technically 6. I got a t-shirt from TwitchCon that I still need to take a look at it. It might be for the new game that they're working on with the other company. Yeah, so I've got up to 6 shirts. I've got the 4 coasters. Yeah. The coasters for put my drinks and beverages on. Got 2 coffee mugs. I've got the large. I got that large poster when it came out. Again, I still need to get a frame for it. Some point. Too charitable for $20. $30. Okay. Oh my gosh. 25, 30. Sold. Run an auctioneer. Honestly, for the amount you pay for some skins in video games, they should mail you a minifigure for that cost, right? We're the Miller's moment. You guys get minifigures? At least I'm guessing that's what it's from, Barry. Cries at 5,000 hours of Rust. Oh no. I have Rust but never installed it. Me too, man. Like, because when I first got 7 Days to Die, everybody was just like, oh, you gotta try Rust too if you're gonna play 7 Days to Die. So I bought it and never installed it, never tried it. Same thing with PUBG. So my new rule is I gotta finish the ThunderCats Lair before I play any new games. Pal World became an exception because I tried to get in on a trend, but I was too busy with work, too sick this week to play a lot of it. But haven't seen anybody boast getting Mamarest at level 20 yet, so I'm gonna claim on the first one. So Arm Trigger says Rust is toxic AF. Yeah. Oh, so quick, you got yours in the Humble Bundles? Okay. Has so many games on Epic Store, claiming them every week, but never play. Oh, man. I don't know what it is about the Epic Store. I just... or Epic Games in general. I just haven't been able to click on their stuff. Never been so dehumanized playing a game like Rust. Oh no. Out of the big ones, recently Outworld, good game, but not feeling it. Someone gifted me Sunken Land. People say it's Rust, but with Sunken Islands. Yeah, I was gonna dive into it. And Sunken Land was fun for what it was. Yeah. For me, I hate Epic Store on how lackluster it is. It lacks all the things that Steam is great for. The community stuff, ease of making screenshots, discussing, sharing stuff. Yeah, I think for me, I'm so used to Steam that yeah, I don't really want to go with another game launcher kind of scenario. But you bought Return to Moria on Epic, played it, but also felt so alone. No place to chat, talk about it. I had to go to Reddit. Oh no. I'm sorry. Barry says I've been playing most of my games on Steam Deck. Yeah, how's that been working for you, Barry? Yeah, it's so funny. Like I finally dove into Reddit just for the TwitchCon experience. And I'll be honest, like I had a pretty good like 85 to 90% positivity conversation out of what I posted because I was trying to post the first information about um, everything that was at the convention console and the new game. Oh no. There we go. I have enough for 4 more blocks and then we'll get some more concrete. Play Power World on high settings on my Steam Deck. Oh, nice. Okay, right on. People talk about the 30% cut Steam takes from developers, but I think the ecosystem it brings in the game is huge. Yeah, it's situations like that you kind of have to really look at it as we are providing a platform for your game to be played off of that creates ecosystem, like you said. Yeah, it's an understandable scenario, and it's much like theaters default, there's other arrangements made, but theaters by default get 30% of the movie ticket sales for movies. They're a venue that presents the movie for the studios that make them, and therefore giving a 30% cut is pretty reasonable. I think it was like George Lucas for the prequel movies. I think he had an arrangement where the theaters got no percentage of ticket sales for the first 2 weeks or something like that of episode 1, 2, and 3 when those prequel movies came out. But in turn, the theaters knew that they were going to get a massive bump in their concession sales, things like that. And then I think they had some sort of arrangement for like merch or whatever. You could buy the Star Wars T-shirt or whatever, the AMC exclusive, the Regal exclusive, Cinemark exclusive, whatever T-shirt. All right, let's get the block count updated here. We are up to 37,000 blocks, you guys, and counting. So that's one of those things where like a theater is kind of at the behest of someone who has that capability, George Lucas at that time, to be able to say like, okay, we agree to this because we know we're also going to get a lot of money from other aspects of all of our screens being sold out. But yeah, so in that case, for people that don't know, default thing is 30% of ticket sales, unless otherwise arranged and agreed upon by the movie theaters and the movie studios. Steam brought life to me, starting with the first Half-Life. Yes, agreed. Skull and Bones open beta is out for a couple of days. Oh, what's that one like? No, I can't play it. No new games until the ThunderCats Lair is done. but yeah, what's it like, Armchair? Sacrifice or Barry, you still want a cool Transformers game? Like, what would you want to do in a Transformers game? I'm with you. I'm just curious what you would want it to be like. As for games, yeah, it's complicated. Yeah, as it always is, right? All right, yeah. So we have our new batch of concrete mix. So you just got the notification about it. Gotcha. Cluck Norris, what are you doing up there, man? That's your perch. Skullbone says Ubisoft new thing. They call it a AAA game. Yeah, right. I'm one of those weird folks that, for some reason, if somebody tells me a game is a AAA game, I'm not interested. And I don't know why. I don't know what it is. Like it's not like I have this massive devotion for 7 Days to Die and the Fun Pimps and stuff like that. Or was it Valheim, Iron Gate? You know, it's like, I definitely appreciate what these guys have been able to do with the staff and people that they have had. And the, you know, and the budget, so to speak, and everything. I get it, but at the same time, like, there's something about like a AAA label and a bigger company that kind of turns me off for the most part, from other games. I am massively turned off at the idea of paying $60 or more now, 70, 80. It's probably going to be $100 soon for a game, with the caveat that obviously if it's a good game that I enjoy, then that money is going to be worth it to me because it's an investment in entertainment for longevity for me. But at the same time, yeah, that's something that that turns me off, and I'm not 100% sure why. If it's just the price tag, or if there's a little bit of arrogance, you know, like they're a AAA studio, and I will whoop de frickin' do, you know. I mean, a studio earns that title by getting Game of the Year and putting out good games, and you know, just because I'm not into them doesn't mean, you know, the other several millions of people buying copies aren't into it, right? So, but yeah, just something about me and that label. I don't know what it is. Um, Ever played the Gundam games on PSP? I have not. Ubisoft, ew. Uh-oh. No, quadruple A game. They call it a 4X A game. Oh boy. Yeah, I gotta let you guys know my eyesight's been getting worse lately, so one of these days you are going to see glasses on me. I don't know if it is going to be during stream or not, but I had glasses back in 2007. I haven't had a new pair since I lost that pair back then, so I've been stubborn for the past 17 years. 17 years, oh my God. Stubborn about getting new glasses ever since. So Subquay says Enshrouded is a good game if you haven't tried it. Worth the price, even if they don't add anything to the game. Early access for it is so full of content and polish. I had my fun. I think I was watching Asmongold or Jawoodle play some Enshrouded. It looked interesting, yeah. It seemed like they made terrain digging in Enshrouded. Is that correct? Yeah, with with sphere like digging, and oh man, I think yeah, terrain digging is great and enshrouded. Okay, back up top here, armchair. Watch Guns Nerds and Steel play a little Enshrouded. Seems cool. Nice. Maybe that's where I initially saw it. I think Tam was playing some of those early, or he was showing some videos, some early access stuff last year. Remember, he had a whole group of games that he was saying coming into 2024 that he did that video on. I wanted to check that video out again. Subquake, I paid $100 for Diablo 4, mostly of me being a sucker, nostalgia player. I grew up with Diablo 1 and 2. Oh, but you put the emote of hands up. Does that mean you regret it? Um, Increase text size on that multi-chat you got going on. Eventually, one of my restructure of stream ideas is taking the 32-inch monitor and turning it vertical, and all three of my chats will be on there. And then on there, I'll have like the monitor resolution size. I think I'll do that like not 800 by 700, but something like that, and it'll make everything large on the screen. Um, if you can get some hands on vitamin A helps fries. Oh yeah, I've got a whole thing I'm doing. It's just getting to be that time. Yeah, unfortunately. Appreciate the suggestion though. But yeah, terrain digging is great and enshrouded. You can build anything and dig, and sky dig. Build limit is huge. Oh, you mean you can add terrain as well? You could get something like 500 meters under the ground and kilometers into the sky. Wow, okay. Barry says, same. Forgot I bought Diablo 4. Oh no. Same for the Diablo 2 remake. So great. Just put a big TV with chat behind your desk on the wall or something. Yeah. It's so what I do have in Subquake, I don't know how familiar with inches and the silly American measurements. Um, but yeah, I got a 32-inch monitor off to the right, and I've got my ultra wide in front of me. I used to have, well, I still have the monitor here, but it's not hooked up. The left side of me was another 32-inch monitor that was hooked up to my laptop. But yeah, so the 32-inch monitor that I do have over here, yeah, I'm just wanting to go ahead and turn it vertical. And on my ultra wide, I have windowed mode, 7 Days to Die right now. I have off to the right hand side OBS, and off to the left hand side OBS chat for Twitch, Kick chat, YouTube chat, and then the activity feed for my stream for Twitch at least. Yeah. We measure monitors in inches here too. Really? Okay. My main monitor is 42 inch. I have a 3 times 27 on three sides. Nice. Yeah, I've got to find a new way to do all this, but I'm still saving up for a new desk. I'm on my stuff's set up on cheap desks. It's not deep enough for my ultra wide monitors stand. So I was letting it hang off the back end of my desk for the past several months, and it has allowed the weight of it to kind of vex a little bit of the bottom of the stand. So I've now since pulled it back fully onto the desk. So now I've shortened the amount of space I have for my keyboard and mouse. But the desk, I'm gonna get a Secret Labs desk that raises up and down, and it's got all the electrical cord placements and everything like that. I want to get something like that. It's a little bit more dedicated, but then also raising up and lowering down, having everything up on the desk that's set and ready to go. I could still obviously do the streams with you guys where I could raise the desk while I'm on stream, and I don't have to worry about cords getting yanked out or messed up. Don't have to worry about the camera angle messing up or anything. And I'll do that for a little bit of my physical body health, not just stuff like my eyesight. But yeah, we'll work on stuff like that in the coming months here. I thought I was going to be moving a couple weeks back, and I lost out on the studio apartment I was going to downsize to, because I'm in a 2-bedroom apartment and I use the second bedroom for the office. And yeah, unfortunately, I did not get the apartment, and so I've got to spend the next couple months very heavily on finances and bettering my financial situation, because that was part of it too, was getting my credit back up and everything that I need to work on. Barry, you got a 70-inch TV and that's it? Nice. I wouldn't mind a 70-inch. Although, again, I watch movies and TV on a projector, and it does about a 9-foot wide screen on my bedroom wall. I love it. I'm seeing ahead on the rest of your conversation or your chat there, Barry. You guys have a desk? You guys get to sleep? Love you, buddy. Cycros, welcome to chat. True story. I haven't even a desk or a bed. Hey, you work with what you got, right? I mean, ultimately, when it comes down to it, if you don't got that stuff, you work with what you got, and you make it work. I sorry. I feel like I was gonna go into a back in my day story when it comes to like all the things we've had to do in the past, or some of us in the present, to make it work, right? I told you guys the story before. If some of you guys weren't here for it, I'll make it short. My very first computer I ever personally had, my friend and his brother pieced together for me. It was a Frankenstein's monster. The case that they got for me did not have an outer shell, so I had to constantly air the thing out. And so then I finally got a kind of a case for it, and for whatever stupid reason, I left like a McDonald's Coke or Dr. Pepper drink on top of the case, and left for like a week or something like that, on a trip. And when I came back from the trip, the cola had eaten through the cardboard wax cup and leaked out on top of the case. And I was so fortunate, I was so lucky that there were like these holes on top where, you know, wiring and everything like that were fed through if need be for the PC case. I was so lucky that all of that like came up to the edge and pooled up to the edge like this, bubbled, and then solidified, you know, the caramelization of cola after it sits for a while. So like I didn't have ants or something like that. But I was so fortunate, so lucky that it didn't go into the PC and drip onto the circuitry of everything, because that it would have been a straight shot right onto the boards if it went through the hole. So needless to say, like everything that I was doing, this was like 1998, I want to say. Everything I was doing to make ends meet at that point in my life, having my first computer and then having it be, like I said, a Frankenstein's monster, and then I almost screw that up by leaving a damn soda on top. And I mean, we're talking like at least a half of a large McDonald's container. Oh my god. So yeah, so very fortunate that that didn't become a worse situation. But that right there was a folded up half-size cardboard table computer setup that I had. Oh, those were the days. Those were the days. Mattress on the floor. That was what I had then too. Reminds me of grad students. Yeah. Sorry, so quick. You had said I don't have a bet either. A small couch. That's about it. I was thinking because I was downgrading to a studio apartment, and again, I didn't get it, so I'm still in my 2 bedroom for now. We're gonna retry again here in 4 months to downgrade, just because all the studios get scooped up quick around here in downtown Atlanta. Anyways, so I'm gonna do what I can to save some money, right? So I gotta knock off at least another $400 or $500 a month in rent, or I'm gonna get into a deficit financially, unless things pick back up here on Twitch and subsequently YouTube and Kick. Anyways, so what I've got to do is try to downsize. So one of the things I thought about was like, okay, well, does this mean, do I get rid of my bed, my mattress, which I've had since 2004, my frame that I've had. I've got a new mattress and box that I got when I moved to Atlanta. Do I get rid of all of that and get something, yes, like a couch that folds out? And then I thought, okay, well, at my age and health, what if I just went ahead and just got a couch and just slept on that, you know? And I brought that up to, who was it? I brought that up in conversation to a friend. And they're like, but dude, what happens if you have a date over? I'm like, man, I haven't had a date in 6 years. I'm not really worrying about that right now. So it's one of those things where I'm just kind of like, all right, if we're condensing things down, and I get a studio, studio in the United States is one open room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Usually, in this case, the one I was looking at had a nice large walk-in closet in the bathroom. That was cool. I could actually put a lot of my comic book T-shirt, comic book TV show T-shirts on hangers instead of folding them up. Anyways, but yeah, so that was I laughed at that when like the first thing my friend is worried about is that I'm gonna have a date over and she's not gonna see a bedroom or a bed, and I'm just like, 6 years being single, the last thing I'm really worrying about right now is sex. Let's be honest. I'm worrying about like actual chemistry and connection and romance and making things work personally. And obviously anybody that's worth my time is not going to give a shit about me being on a couch and condensing my life. Yeah, so there we go, a little bit of relationship TMI for you guys tonight. Cola is so nasty. Nah, cola's amazing, especially Mountain Dew. It's not healthy. But no, I wish, God, oh man. I always tell people, if I could have 3 wishes when it comes to food. Was it 3? Well, the first one would be, yeah, that overall soda, so Mountain Dew, Coke, Pepsi, whatever, would be healthy for me. That pizza would be healthy for me because the greasiness of pizza, the tomato sauce tends to be real bad for my stomach. So that pizza would be healthy for me. What was the third one? There was a third one that I also liked. Dorkster, I was gonna ask you, buddy, did you break these windows or did something else? Pizza is life. That is true. Let me scroll back up here on chat. So quick. My parents told me a story. When they were young and moved in an apartment, they were sleeping on potato sacks. They had nothing, no furniture. I've had a few of those similar conversations with my mother about the differences of like what they went through when they were younger, and then like some of my siblings as well, like when they went out on their own. And yeah, it's really interesting to see like what we've all kind of had to go through sometimes. Back in my day, we used to read the back of air spray bottles for entertainment when we would shit. Barry, I was thinking about something like that the other day because, yeah, I'm sitting there with my phone. Here's some more TMI for you. I was sitting there with my phone, and it occurred to me like I have like nowhere to put magazines if people like actually came to my apartment and needed to sit down and take a shit and wanted something to read. And I'm just like, wait, no, we all just have our phones. Please, for the love of God, everybody, please do wipe down your phones every once in a while. Just gonna say that right now. Um, what it does to things, imagine pouring it into your body guts. I I get it so quick, but at the same time, the we like they would always do the whole Coca-Cola and engine of a vehicle test or whatever. You clean out the grease or whatever with a can of Coke. The thing is our stomach and our linings is it's a different kind of chemical reaction. It's not entirely different, but it's not the same kind of chemical reaction with metals. We don't have metal, aluminum, or other type of metal stomachs, right? But I get it. That's the whole point. Is yes, yeah, the chemicals, everything's chemicals, but the chemical reaction, as it were, of things that are manufactured and put together, um, that that we put in our bodies and how it reacts. Talking about like cigarettes, the nicotine and the other nicotine tar and everything like that going into your body, let alone drugs and other things like that, hardcore drugs. Um, but anyways, yeah, believe me, I wish it wasn't bad for us. Um, Armchair. The small TV in my first apartment sat on top of a couple 2x6 boards that were run across top holes of two cinder blocks. I um I got fortunate that I was able to snag a like a half part of a entertainment thing that somebody threw out, like the top half where you would have like DVD cases and everything like that and whatnot that would frame the TV. um they didn't have that out there, or somebody else already took it, but yeah, they dumped it at the apartment dumpster. Again, we're talking like 30 years ago, no, 26 years ago. But yeah, so yeah, that was the thing. It's like that first apartment I got was like everybody was always dumping furniture at the dumpsters, and I was just like, "Psh, mine now." Got my buddy and we both carried it over up the stairs. We did the Ross thing from Friends. Pivot, pivot. And it's like you always have that friend that is like thinks he knows like the whole scenario of what you're about to go through when moving furniture into your apartment, and they're like, yeah, all right guys, we're gonna do this angle, but then when we get to this point we are gonna pivot, and it's just like, all right, let's do it. And they're so dead set, like, this is gonna work. You know, okay, I've eyeballed it. It's gonna work. And it's like 3 inches too big or something like that. There's no way it's gonna work. Let's see. Fold out couches suck for sleeping. Keep the bed. I know, man. So I had thought about that too. I was pre-planning for the studio and streaming and everything like that, and it was pretty much going to be like the green screen behind me was going to essentially be the curtain, and on the other side was going to be the bed for the space that I was going to be taking up for streaming. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Again, if one opens up by June and we get the opportunity to try again, I gotta get my credit up. I gotta get money saved back up again, and try to move on it quick is what I'm trying to say. When it's available, try to jump on it, which means that if I have to pay a couple weeks at both places or something like that, I want to be financially ready to do something like that, just so I can make sure and end this lease, start the new lease, and make it happen. Um, Couch or no couch, the important part is having a good mattress. Yeah, I mean, just it's made a world of difference for me. Like I've been on a firm mattress, and I haven't had the back pains from my herniated disc many years ago. I was helping somebody move, and I got a herniated disc. I haven't had that problem, but I have all these other problems from having a firm mattress. So yeah, I'll be reevaluating my my mattress situation after I move again next time, whenever I move. Armchair. Although Atlanta does have two micro centers. What's micro center? Sorry. Um, and I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, so you said, I mean, if you wouldn't live in Atlanta, yeah. Well, and that's the hard part. There is, I'm definitely, from my understanding, I'm definitely going to be in Atlanta minimum another 5 years. I think. Maximum, I don't know, but I feel like I think we're at the point now where it's probably going to be at least 5 more years here. Um, and that's kind of making it rough to make some plans, right? And yeah, I would be fine with possibly moving to back to Washington State after this if I can get everything else sorted out. Um, Endorser, you did do it on purpose for effect. Okay, I see your response there for the windows. Okay, just making sure somebody didn't come over and break them. Sorry if I'm missing some chat here. Do appreciate the conversation, you guys. Subquake, yeah, people worry about superficial things worth your time. Same thing here. Single for 3 years now. Been to dates, but it's rough. Yeah, I just, I mean, to be quite honest, I just don't see somebody being comfortable with the lifestyle I live, and therefore I just haven't had the energy or desire to pursue. And so for me, it's like if somebody's interested, they can ask me out, but I personally just haven't had the desire to pursue because I just got all this other stuff on my mind anyways. So uh Freaker, hey, good to see you, buddy. How you doing? But yes, pizza is life. And Fluffy Bunny, hey, good to see you too. How you doing? Oh, sorry, so quick. What did we do have iron mean? Like how far back am I, or how far off? Okay, I think I'm finally caught up on chat. Scrolling wise, I had to scroll back up and down. Carbonated soda, water isn't the issue so much the high fructose corn syrup and phosphoric acid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I do have a cola once in a while, but it's nasty. Oh God, no! Tastes wonderful. So, some of you guys were asking to. I did finally try the Mountain Dew Voltage, raspberry citrus flavor. It's okay. It's just it's not as like crisp of a flavor as I was hoping it would have. And I finally tried Baja Blast. We were talking about that, and I thought it was all right. It didn't quite work for me like a lot of you guys thought it might. But yeah, I did finally, after all these years, I did finally have a Baja Blast. Now, it might be different if I had a Baja Blast out of the fountain versus a uh, the plastic bottle version. I don't know if you guys are like that, but me, I'm more into fountain drinks than the of soda than the canned or bottled kind. Oh. One thing is if you poison yourself with a 250 milliliter soda once a month versus every day or something crazy like that. Oh, Subquake. You ready for this? And this is admittedly where I do put my hand up about like health health issues and concerns. At my job, in a department that I worked at for 10 plus years, we were allowed to have free sodas. And with that, because of what I did, the work I did, I I liked making sure that I was basically pumped up on sugar and caffeine for being pep and attention and everything like that. So much so that I would have a can of Mountain Dew once an hour on the job. Sometimes I would volunteer to work the um, the overtime shift, so I was working 12-hour shifts, so I would have up to like 12 cans of soda. Eventually, like something like 9 or 10 cans would be like a cutoff for me. I couldn't have any more. But yeah, so I was sitting there like for years drinking so much soda. It was ridiculous. And I've cut back so much of that in my life now that what I'm having now is a drastic reduction. You know, still not it's still not cutting it completely out of my system, but yeah. So yeah, I was having a can of Mountain Dew, and then I would go home and I would have some at home too. You know, like because then I go home and I'd sit in front of a computer. I sit in front of a computer at work. I sat in front of a computer and an art desk at home, and so I wouldn't go anywhere, wouldn't do anything, and I tell people like I am the example. 10 or 15 years of that, and now my muscles and bones are weak, and I've had to spend the last 3 years basically rehabilitating a lot of my strength, and fatigue is crazy. Caffeine barely works for me now. Like the reason I have energy right now is because I spent the last couple days sick and sleeping in bed, and I have barely had any kind of caffeine, so that now that I've weaned off of that, which was funny about watching Train Spotting, you know, because Ewan McGregor's character has to detox from heroin, is that I was basically detoxing, you know, getting off of the soda addiction, you know, that would have that frequent amount of sugar and caffeine. So the last 2 or 3 days of that has been interesting. So that when tonight, when I actually had a can of soda, the caffeine and the sugar actually works, and it works well with my body tonight versus like you get like a minute or two of a pep or a buzz. Like you guys were seeing me earlier this week when I was doing Pal World, and I'm just sitting there just like tired and fatigued and just not doing it for me. Or when people come into some streams, they're like, you know, get a coffee, and I'm just like, it doesn't work. You know, if anything, it makes me irritable and itchy and frustrated, and that doesn't make for a good stream either. Well, not for me at least. I don't know about you guys and what you're into, but Greg, we love to see you tortured and and in pain. It's not that bad, but it is the signs of like kind of like tweaking out and wanting basically that buzz that you don't get anymore, and you go for that next big buzz again to try to. You have to go bigger to get the results, and to go bigger again the next time, and it's just crazy. So, admittedly, I tell everybody I love the taste of soda, but I'm fully aware of how bad it is for me, and it is enough of an addiction that that I do struggle staying completely off of it when I absolutely love the taste. Spreaker, I rarely drink cola by itself anymore. It's usually cherry Coke, cherry vanilla, or vanilla Coke. Yeah, and that's what I've been at lately. Is I bought a 12 case of a 12 case of cherry Pepsi, because I've been doing cherry Coke for number of years. That all of a sudden I just like my brain switched. And I was like, no, I want Pepsi now. I want cherry Pepsi. I don't know why. So that took me a week and a half to go through the 12 cans of cherry Pepsi. Eek. So Armchair, oh, you only have one kitty? Oh, goodness. Only time I drink soda is when it's mixed with bourbon. Yeah, so I mean, that's the other thing. Like I've never really been someone that's into alcohol, but lately I've been occasionally getting like a thing of vodka. I'm gonna get a thing of rum next, and yeah, like I want that for like a casual drink every now and then. And like wrap up the week on a Friday, you know, have dinner, have a glass, and do start up Friday live stream, you know, something like that. But like this last thing of vodka has taken me almost 8 months, I think, to get through, because I just not really interested in it. But it is something really kind of nice to add to the flavoring. In this case, it's like a tropical punch Sky vodka, I think. No, not Sky. One of those others. And Freaker, back to the mattress conversation. I prefer extra firm mattresses to help with my lower back issues. Yeah, so that's what was for me is the firm mattress with a slight pillow top, and I was able to sleep without having back pain anymore. These past 3 or 4 years now that I've had that mattress here in Atlanta. My previous mattress, I would sink in too much, and the rest of my body would love being able to sink down into the comfort of that kind of soft mattress. But then I would wake up an hour or so later, my lower spine would be freaking out. Subquake, your favorite new soda is berry Fanta, but dang, so much sugar. I don't think I've had the berry one. Just the orange regular one. Wanna Fanta? Don't you wanna Fanta? See, we're talking about commercials before, and there's an example right there of jingles that stick with you. Subquake, oh man, that's crazy. At least you're still here with us, hanging there. I was on a similar addiction, but for Red Bull. Oh yeah, vodka Red Bull. When I first, the first year living here in Atlanta, in downtown, I ended up buying, it was during my accidental purchases moment of Amazon groceries. I spent several $100s on like my first initial groceries, right? Like when I moved into this apartment. It was all part of the money I saved up for moving. And I didn't realize, like I bought like 20 bags of Tostitos chips. I didn't realize I marked that many bags of chips. It came in a full box. Like it wasn't just like a grocery bag. It was in a full box. But one of the other things is I accidentally bought, I thought I clicked like 8 Red Bull, sugar-free Red Bulls. When I clicked on it, it was 8 4-packs of sugar-free Red Bulls. So I was sort of into Red Bull before, like I didn't like the taste by itself, but I would occasionally have like a vodka Red Bull or something like that at some of these places we went to for groups of friends and stuff, and I was digging that. But yeah, so then that was the thing. Like I had to go through all of that Red Bull. Thankfully, I didn't try to drink multiples at once. Like what's his name on Josie and the Pussycats? Oh. See, Freaker, the problem with decaf is that it doesn't have caffeine. So what's the point? Oh, God. You can tell I've been watching Asmongold lately. Yeah, well, then, what's the point? You know? Sorry. I don't 100% agree with everything that guy says, but something lately about his stuff I've just been digging. So quick, I'm trying to get into keto diet and possibly carnivore diet at some point, but it's hard. Yeah, so the the folks I stayed with in Seattle for 10 years, they were doing the was it paleo? So sticking to the things that were just around from back then. And it worked for them. I couldn't stick to something like that. I love breads too much. And ultimately there is a little bit of thing lately about my health and my weight and everything like that, where I've had to say, either we're going to do this stuff, which is going to drastically change our weight and our health, or we have to accept these things that are going to be unhealthy and as a result the ramifications of it. And so I'm at a stage where I'm comfortable with some, and I'm making changes in other areas. So things like breads, I've been really enjoying baking bread. Speaking of which, finish this last slide. I made my first homemade pizza last night. That's not bad. It could be better, but it's not bad. And that's what makes me happy, is I didn't make a bad pizza. Now, I used to work for pizza restaurants, but I never got to learn how to make pizza at home until now. So that was kind of the benefit. But yeah, a lot of you guys have been seeing that I've been making my own homemade bread. I've now been making biscuits, and these things are, made from all-purpose flour. And it's not exactly the healthiest to have that stuff all the time. Because of all the, the sugars that are in that stuff. But the homemade bread, I now get to also choose, how much of some of these ingredients am I putting in when I'm making this stuff. And so I'm at the point now where my homemade bread, I'm kind of tweaking and modifying the recipe. It's not as much sugar, not as much salt in the recipe, and the taste has been getting even better when I do that. I mean, we're talking I'm little by little reducing the amount that I'm putting in, and compensating, just for flour. And I think did I do 2 eggs in the last batch? No, I did 2 eggs because I made 2 batches of bread. I'm still tweaking it. I'm still working on it, but yeah, the taste has been getting even better. And yeah, I don't taste the sodium in the recipe that I was using before. Like the last recipe, for whatever reason, they want too much salt in it. I think. But now that's the cool thing, is that I get to choose, as long as it still comes together and it bakes and does what it's supposed to do as bread, I get to choose how it's done. So that's been pretty fun. Freaker, that's a lot of Red Bull. Heck yeah. Can't stand the original flavor of Red Bull. I like it, but I do prefer raspberry or blueberry Red Bull. Or in the case of what with a tropical punch vodka, or what I've been doing with a couple other flavor beverages, mixing that together with it has been pretty enjoyable. Little, like I said, a little after work cocktail with dinner, which is so funny because it's like 20 years ago you wouldn't catch me having anything in the house. Like I had that friend that is always got a case of beer in his fridge, and so when he would come over, he was always like, man, you never have a beer for me in the fridge. I'm just like, what am I gonna do with the other 10 cans of, when you drink 2 of them of a 12 pack? It's like, I don't drink. So that was always the funny part there. It's like when my friend was always giving me shit because I would never have a can of beer for when he came over. Oh man, I wonder how that friend's doing. But yeah, so I'm a very flavorful kind of person when it comes to beverages. You know, between the fruit flavor and whatnot, you know, I like drinks that are enjoyable on that level. You know, so it's a very hard thing to get over the addiction of not drinking water. You know, when it could just be so much healthier for me if I would. Um. So Quake, you watch Aspen here or there too. He he has his moments. Yeah, it's like I don't say it to judge because like he's been able to pull off stuff himself, like the whole like the messy room or living lifestyle that he has. That's his business, not mine. But what I relate to is, you know, like I'm messy myself and a bit of a hoarder. Nowhere near what he's got, and so I've kind of used it myself as a little bit of a relatable situation. Um, I feel like the more people give him shit about it, the more he's not gonna do anything about it. And I relate to that very much. I'm very contrarian in that case. When people tell me I should do something, um, I don't. I definitely don't want to do it because I don't want to be known as the person that did something because they were told they should do something. I do something on my own accord. It's such this weird little psychological thing, you know. And again, before somebody starts doing the reverse psychology thing, that pisses me off even more. Is a you know, um, whatever you do, don't not clean your apartment. Like, no, just don't. But yeah, so that was one of the like relatable things for me. But yeah, I was catching like some of his reaction videos, and for the longest time, I didn't know he was a World of Warcraft player. And that was, I think, a good chunk of what he was known for is his World of Warcraft content. Um, and so then when I was getting back into World of Warcraft briefly again, um, and again, the only reason I'm not playing World of Warcraft, you guys, is because we got things to do here, and Power World was sucking me in, and I'm still very much into Valheim. So I'm trying to find time to do it all, and so World of Warcraft has been put aside again. I jump on occasionally on my what do you call it? I jump in occasionally to do occasional like basic daily stuff. Freaker, and I ended up ordering Domino's myself. Oh, so yeah, you ordered some Domino's pizza tonight. Nice. Yeah, so Quake, I've seen some YouTube videos on making pizza bread without any wheat. It's possible. Yeah, one of my ex-girlfriends couldn't have wheat. Was that celiac disease or something like that? But yeah, so she couldn't. So I started looking into buying um a variety of different kinds of crust for pizza for her, and that was pretty cool. Like you get to you get to see like something that you don't normally try or do. It still isn't like the same flavor, but it's another flavor, and I didn't dig all of it, but I was happy to do it for her. But for two, it was it was the nice kind of try something different kind of approach that I enjoyed about that. Valheim, Valworld, Seven Ways to Cry. There you go. That's it. That's it right there. Love it, Armchair. Love it. Mm. Shoot, I haven't taken a break yet. I had I wasn't sure like how much we were going to be streaming tonight. I just went and clicked the go live, so super awesome of you guys to show up without me really announcing a stream tonight. Yeah, out of a beverage. If you enjoy Valheim, you probably would enjoy Enshrouded. That's what I was hearing. Yeah, if you decide to pick it up. Yeah, I'll most likely pick it up. But yeah, I think I want to stand firm on finishing the ThunderCats Lair here. And since we don't have fog or snowstorm. Okay. So you can see the left side of the ask for Barry, he appears. Ask for Subquake, he appears. Talk about the fog, it appears. Anyways, I started laying out like the kind of where the pectoral and ribcage stuff was going to be on the left side of the build here, or stage right. We'll probably want to mirror that over on the other side here. Oh shit! And see, here I go, starting the yawns. It has begun. Am I server admin? No, this isn't my server. It's the Skynet Gamers, their Midgard server. They have Vikings, which is easy, Midgard, which is middle, medium difficulty, and Valhalla is their difficult server.
We came,
Oh snap!
we saw, we kicked its ass.
Green Bay coming in with that resubscribe. Thank you so much for that, folks. Has got some love in there. I like the name change, aka Green Bay. How you doing? How you been? Yeah, bummed about the Seahawks in Green Bay this year, but I'm still proud of their most of their season. Subquake, this game really needs some blueprint system where you could just plonk down a blueprint and it shows all the mats needs. You just need to build it as a whole. I will say I like the again, yeah, like Pal World, was it Grounded, I think did it too, where you get to see the outline of what you're doing, and you walk through it. It's not tangible until you actually build the item versus, yeah, the frames here and stuff. It's good difference of contrast of build types, right? Thanks. Seemed an appropriate change. Heck yeah. Doing well. How are you? Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, we're making it work. Version 10 of the ThunderCats Lair is just over 30% done. Go figure again. It's a winter. It's a yeah, blizzard coming through. But yeah, so yeah, I'm not the admin. What did I say? Decimation is the Darkness Falls server. So they've got the 4 servers, and then we had talked them into keeping an eye out for Undead Legacy. When you get that done, Subquake, they'll keep an eye out for that and have a possible Undead Legacy server. All right, guys, give me about 30 seconds here. I'm gonna get a new Mountain Dew. Oh boy. BRB. There we go. 30 seconds. Not bad. Apparently Twitch is running a ad break anyway, so. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. Okay, but yeah, so where is the notepad file again? Be right back. Sign still up. There we go. 37,000 blocks is where we're at. You can see at the total blocks upgraded. We're using that to count. I wasn't going to do a count this time, but I decided after the fact, after I framed out a lot of this, so then I realized, well, okay, well, if I'm upgrading with cobble and concrete, we can keep track of the concrete use, right? So, but yeah, so 37,000 blocks and some other notes in there. Some of it is not even accurate anymore. Good timing. Yeah, I thought I'd just take advantage of it. That ad break is the one that Twitch runs if I don't do my hourly ad breaks. So in a half an hour, I'm probably gonna run a top of the hour ad break. Just a fair warning for you guys. That way we can. Oh, I totally forgot about that. This might be fine. So this is a in-between floor. The 13th floor. Yeah, let me get up to the top, show you guys. We'll see again if the fog clears. But yeah, so speaking of the fog, so yeah, armchair, I've or wait, was it you? Yeah, you were asking about server admin. I unfortunately don't have control over it, and I don't like there's a thing you could do in console. It makes it look too crisp. And it throws me off. I still want that visualness of not real world, but the world visualness of the environment, the atmosphere that we're in, versus the crisp and clear kind of look. So it is a bit of the what do you call it? Yeah, the give and take of not having control over the server. But yeah, Freaker, the fog is like, nope, no scenic shots today. Exactly. So this is the bottom half of the jaw. We cannot put a block there because of structural integrity. So we've reached that. Now, if I were to make all steel blocks, well, one, we're going to make steel all the way up to the spot here. So that down the middle of the chest is going to be all steel. So we have horizontal support going all the way out. But yeah, if I were filling full blocks in all the way in the middle here, then it'd be fine. Out there, that is basically here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? Then 13, 14, and then the 15th one. The steel blocks, I also wrote that down on Notepad. Steel blocks is mass of 20, horizontal support of 300, so 15 blocks. So something about that 15th block in the middle there, when I stood on it, my body weight had actually made it disappear. Blocks on the server disappear instead of animate collapse, so that it saves on the frames per second. Salty corn, what's that, Armchair? Speaking of food again, yeah, I gotta really finish this pizza. Again, it's not bad for making it from scratch. I think I needed to knead the dough, knead and push it and stuff like that a little bit more. When I worked for Pizza Time, we did the hand toss the dough technique. but that also was like 25 years ago for me. So I started it started coming back to me when I took the dough ball. After I let it sit for an hour and rise, took the dough ball and I started kind of like stretching it out and into shape and everything like that. But the type of dough that I made was not going to work with stretching and hand tossing and everything like that. I didn't want flour all over my kitchen. Which again is the real bummer about not getting that studio apartment. Because it had a stainless steel prep kitchen in between the kitchen and the living room. And yeah, that was gonna be nice. Oh, so heartbreaking. All right, where are we at with things? Good with food for now. How's the generator? All right, we got a half a tank. That's gonna last for a while. 24,000 gas. Eventually, I am going to make 2 more generators to power the right side and the left side. Sorry, right side, left side. Components in the build and whatnot, but we're not even anywhere near that right now. I've got more pillars to put up here. And we just did the wall there. So is it 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Correct. All right, so technically the block that's already there is 1, so this is 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The 13th and a half floor. There you go. It's the John Malkovich floor. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, and that's the other movie I watched the other day, Almost Famous. I haven't seen that in years. And yeah, I had the itch to watch Almost Famous, and oh man, did I have a massive crush on Kate Hudson in that movie. The watching it roughly 20 years later, oh my god, I can't believe that. With a little bit more life under my belt and everything, it's really interesting to come back to that movie with different eyes because of the fascination that I saw that character go through of being out with this band in the 70s, you know, touring and partying and everything like that. I mean, it has that basic message there of why it wasn't really a good idea, but it didn't click with me when I originally watched the movie. I think I was more worried about the story about wanting Penny to fall for our main guy and not Russell the guitarist from Stillwater. You know, like Russell was cool and all and everything like that, but I was like, no, Penny should be with William Miller, right? Anyways, but yeah, I found that hilarious that I was just so hung up on that. I didn't realize Jimmy Fallon was in Almost Famous. A lot of people don't realize that he played the second manager to come in, who was sent there by the record company, and he said, respectfully, your manager needs a manager, and so for the rest of the movie, he's there with the band, and yeah, it's just like it's Jimmy Fallon with a beard and fangs. Wow, yes, he's a vampire. Jimmy Fallon with a beard and bangs and everything like that, and you know, wearing one of those slick 70 button-up shirts, you know, that kind of disco era kind of feel, disco and rock era kind of feel, the silk button-up shirts. So it was kind of cool, like to see him. Like Rainn Wilson was one of the Rolling Stone magazine folks. I don't think he had any lines of dialogue, but he was in there. Anna Paquin, I knew. Fairuza Balk, I knew. But they're the rest of the Band-Aids with Kate Hudson. But and now I remember. Okay, so Jason Lee. Now Jason Lee, at that point, before Almost Famous came out, you know, Jason Lee to me was from Mallrats, you know, Chasing Amy, you know, Kevin Smith alum, right? And I, much like a lot of people, I was really into the character Brody from Mallrats. You know, I really loved that character, even though he's a very fallible, is that the right word? Character, you know, he does a lot of wrong things. He's the Randall of Mallrats, and you know, and obviously Randall is the Randall of Clerks. But Brody is kind of like that character to me when I was going into the 2000s era of my life. Brody to me was kind of that reminder, like, you know, yeah, you want to be the person you want to be, but if you also want people in your life, you got to make some sacrifices about some of the things in your life to meet people in the middle. And I was never, you know, and I have never been a blunt person when it comes to being outspoken like the character of Brody. I just like the nerdy aspect. I like the, you know, video game aspect. I like the innate nature of it. So there was a little bit of aspiring to be like Brody when it came to those aspects, but not to the selfishness, not the crass treating people like shit kind of aspect. If you guys know where I'm getting at. Armchair Guru, Kevin Smith is my spirit animal. Yeah, dude, I love his stuff. I really did dig Clerks 3. Not as much as Clerks 2. I like Clerks 2 more than Clerks 1. But it's in the sense of like there's I don't have anything wrong with those movies. They just appeal to me. And then at some point, Clerks 2 resonates with me more than Clerks 1. But Mallrats ultimately is the Kevin Smith movie that I relate to the most, as far as like interest and intrigue and the stories that he's telling with his movies. Mostly, I think, because of the comic book aspect, the mall aspect. I used to go to the mall a lot when I was a teenager. So I was a mall rat, you know, and I go to the food court and I go to the arcade and everything. And so it was appealing to me to see that that kind of presentation of characters. Starting out the movie with the what do you call it? The comic book cover style stuff. You know, stuff like that intrigued me, especially because it was J. Scott Campbell doing some of them, and some of the other like top comic book artists at the time were doing the opening credit comic book covers. Yeah, so just like overall Mallrats for me is definitely like the appeal. The kind of like the peak Kevin Smith for me. Jane Silent Bob Strike Back, definitely. Chasing Amy is always a warm place in my heart because dare I say I've had a habit, much like Holden, of falling in love with lesbians. So or women that prefer, you know, other women over men. I tend to be that that dope that it goes there. But that's obviously not the core of the movie. I'm just kind of teasing myself about it. The great thing about Chasing Amy is not just that, yeah, like these are comic book creators, yeah. It's that it was these indie comic book creators that were living life just like the rest of us, you know? Like we all have our shortcomings and we all have our things in life that, you know, we excel at and then bring us, you know, every 2 step forwards we take 2 steps back kind of moments. And so it was kind of nice to watch that movie and kind of see these characters go through those issues in life as well. Although I do find it hilarious, like a friend of mine was dating a gal that I was interested in first. This is, yeah, I'll go into this, why not? I was interested in this gal, and everybody in our circle of friends knew I was interested in her. Ultimately, it's up to her if she's interested back or not. I'll preface with that. So, a friend of mine, he had just recently broken up with or gone through rounds with another breakup of someone he had been dating or something like that. I think that's what it was. He had just broken up with a regular on and off girlfriend. So we were having a party at my place. My apartment kept getting volunteered for these parties at that time. And like, I can't believe I'm saying this. So lo and behold, like I invited this gal to that party on the pretext, obviously, that, you know, that I want to go ahead and try to ask her out, you know. And so I was entertaining everybody and chatting with everybody during the party, and I don't know what made me like go to that part of my apartment and open up to have had a laundry room that had I think a stack washer and dryer, but then it had a spot off to the side where you could hang up things and everything like that. And I would just kind of put my laundry bachelor style in there on the floor, and, you know, the next day or two I would end up I would end up doing laundry. I open up the little closet style doors, and there she is in in this little laundry closet with my friend, consoling him because he's heartbroken about the breakup he's going through. And I was like, shit. Well, that's it for me. You know, no chance there. And I was right. They ended up fully getting together and dating. Well, the reason I bring this up, again, watching Chasing Amy, me and this group of friends, we were watching the Clerks movies over and over again around that time. They were a rewatch staple of ours, right? Well, even though I wasn't dating this gal, there were occasions where we would just go out and hang out and do stuff. Like, in a way, in my mind's eye, once that had happened, where she was definitely dating my friend and not me. At that point, she's a friend, and I'm like, okay, yeah, let's go hang out, let's do stuff once in a while or whatever, right? So what happens, right? Well, he gets upset when he finds out that her and I have been hanging out together. And so he's chastising me about it. And then all of a sudden, I'm thinking like, like everything he's saying to me, I'm just like, dude, you're using almost line for line words from Ben Affleck from Chasing Amy to chew me out about a thing that's not a thing. And like I was completely like ignoring the fact that he was mad and pissed off at me, because it occurred to me that he was just taking the entirety of arguments from Holden, from Ben Affleck's character, and using it to summarize his feelings about me hanging out with his girlfriend. You know, and I did do the whole cheesy reverse thing of some other stories where it's just like, well, I was trying to date her first and you took her from me. I don't believe that. I'm not a kind of person that believes someone is, you know, my possession that you took away from me. You know, it's not the way I think. But yeah, but that was kind of the long way around story to kind of like bring up that yeah, we're so into Kevin Smith movies at the time, and I know other people relate. I know a lot of people relate and do this, especially with Kevin Smith movies, that we would do that. We would use dialogue from his movies as part of our everyday conversations, and that was one of them that I got from my friend at that time. Is yeah, he wanted to chew me out as if I was Jason Lee Banky and he was Holden, and I was doing the no-no. It's just like, you've been friend zoned. I don't like that. I don't like friend zoned as a descriptor. I became friends with her for a brief amount of time. We all went our separate ways. I have in the past said that I've been friend zoned when a girl I was attracted to said that she wasn't interested in a relationship, that she just wanted to be friends. Since all these years later, since I've personally embraced polyamory, a lot of other people aren't into that, and I'm not saying one's better than the other. It's up to everybody to decide what works for them. Since I've become more of a embracing of polyamory lifestyle, I don't worry about such things like that anymore either. You know, somebody's a friend, they're a friend. That's great. You know, they meet me on this level, I meet them back. Cool, perfect. You know, if they want a relationship, I want a relationship. Cool, let's do it. You know, so it's not much of a concern for me as it used to be. But yeah, that was one of those things that I definitely wanted to get away from, is when friends would get jealous of other friends. I've had someone leave me for someone in a friend group. I've had someone leave my friend for me in other situations during that 3 to 5 years or so that a good core of us were all hanging out with one another. And ultimately, in the end, I did find, like, you know, that there's a reason a lot of us... There's a reason that somebody wants to do that, not just the cheating atmosphere, that some people are just innately unable to have a committed relationship in that regard. And I mean that in the going around behind somebody's back version versus just being, say, like, hey, I'm into them too, aspect of polyamory. And then whether or not you could just say, cool, no problem, yeah, just what time do you want us to do our thing? You guys schedule your thing, and we'll make it all work. You know, part of you know, non-monogamy. But yeah, so for me, or like around that time, like there was a little bit of that going around in our friend circle, and I think when I when I think back upon that, I do kind of feel like people are feeling each other out. I'm interested, but am I really interested in a relationship, or am I just wanting to spend time with this person? And I think some people do confuse romantic relationship with friendship, in that regard, or even just like a casual sex relationship. Like, I've known friends who never wanted a romantic relationship, move in together, get married, but they enjoyed, like, every couple weeks or so getting together and hooking up, sleeping with one another, and then they would go back to whatever they were doing. They were, I mean, that was awesome in the sense of, like, not awesome like, oh my god, they have casual sex, that's praise them, no, it's not that. It's I praise the communication and understanding that this is just what they wanted, and they were able to make that work. Ultimately, like movies like what's it, Friends with Benefits, and what's the other one? They both came out around the same time. I think it was like Justin Timberlake in one, and Ashton Kutcher in another, Natalie Portman, and oh god, who's the girl that is with Ashton Kutcher right now? But anyways, Just Friends or something like that. I can't remember. But like those movies, they play on the stereotype that that a guy and a gal can't be just friends. That inevitably romantic interest will happen, and they will have to they'll have to face it and decide that they are in fact truly in love. And even I've got a couple stories like that I've wanted to write, but at the same time, I do think it's like a little bit too much of a cliche, and I guess there's a TV show out that I wanted to watch, where they were focusing on that, where this guy and this gal were in fact, is it platonic? Is that what it is? Name of the show, but they were platonic friends, and I'd love to see a little bit more of that, see how it works, because we got like 50 bazillion movies with friends realizing that they're romantically interested in each other. Anyhow, but yeah, so that's kind of a roundabout story way of me talking about Clerks and about that time in my life and friendships, and some friendships have been lost, and again, ultimately that thing didn't work out with my friend and that gal either. And I think part of that, sorry, I don't know why I'm leaning or turning my ear sideways. If I hear something, it's going to be there no matter how I lean my head, because of headphones. Wasn't sure I heard zombies or not. But ultimately, I think that friend also did realize that he needed somebody a little bit more compatible for him in the heart, versus the what was going on in that relationship. So I haven't talked to him in quite a number of years, but from my understanding, he's doing pretty good these days. That makes me happy too. And what's that freaker and yoinked right out from under you? What was that in response to? I was trying to think of, like, if I want to actually make just this all solid here, or if I want to make a secret corridor. I don't feel like it's comfortable leaving a secret corridor on the outer wall perimeter of a build, though. The girl you were trying to hook up with. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's... again, though, you've already heard me respond to all that, but, yeah, it's just mostly ultimately, if a girl's not interested in me, she's not interested in me. It kind of sucks when you're interested in someone and that feeling's not returned. But I mean, these days, I don't put that on the person. You know, you're either interested or you're not. But yeah, yeah. At that time, I was just kind of like, it took me a couple days to kind of get over it. Which I'm actually happy that you know, like I didn't try to purposely ruin a friendship over this situation. You know, that again, I didn't think that he stole her from me. You know. Oh, that was also when I brought up Almost Famous. That was something I was thinking about recently. I've been thinking about 1998, 1999 era version of me lately. It's been coming up a lot. Kate Hudson in Almost Famous. One of the things that I remember I had a massive crush on that character for is she looked like very, very closely. She looked like the girl I was interested in around that time. Monica. Yeah. So same kind of like wavy, almost slightly curly, blonde hair, body type. Attitude, not so much the same. Like personality, I should say. When I say attitude, it sounds like she has an attitude, and it's not that. But personality, you know, almost a similar free spirit kind of personality was kind of cool about this person. So I think that's part of what made me want to watch Almost Famous recently, is the fact that I was thinking about this gal again the other day, because for those that hadn't been here when I told that story, this is one of those situations where I go to a diner and I would sit there and I would sketch till I would like get there at like 10 p.m. and I would sketch until like 4 or 5 in the morning. I was always a good customer. Like I wouldn't just get a cup of coffee and sit there for 6 hours. I would start with like a dinner, like a BLT or club sandwich and fries, and do the whole dinner thing, and then within like an hour I would order a cup of coffee. But then like another like hour or two after that, I would order a breakfast item or something. So I would always be purchasing new fresh meals and such, so that that I'm not one of those customers that's taking up the server's time, right? For what? For like, you know, a $2 tip, you know. So I was always conscientious and aware of that aspect, like, but at the same time also having they had the conscientious awareness that I just didn't want to be really bothered the servers that at these restaurants I always went to, these diners I went to. So that was always nice. So I got to go and I got to just sit and sketch and just have some time to myself while not having to worry about having food or drink. You know, like I went to a diner so that it would be there readily available for me. And 12 Mountain Dews? No, just coffee. um, like I would start out with a Coke with the club and fries and a Coke or something like that. But yeah, then coffee later. But no, yeah, this gal Monica, she was one of the regular servers at Denny's that I went to, and real gorgeous gal, but like not very like ugh, worry about how I say this. Not really like in your face about it. Like she wasn't purposely with makeup and clothing and appearance trying to be more so than just being at her job, doing her job and everything like that. And it was one of those things where I kind of like felt like other gals when when they did that, and this is me in like 1998, 1999 mindset, mind you. But I was less interested in women who were more into the makeup and presentation like that back then, when they would do that, because it would just I think that again the contrarian in me would just be find that unappealing. Just be you, just be who you are, and I'll either be interested or not. Well, um, the casual conversation that Monica and I had, she would talk a lot about the books that she would read, and I would talk about the art, the comics, and movies, and everything like that. And we would do this conversation in spurts of like she would come back every 15, 20 minutes or something like that, and she would do like 30 to 45 seconds of her time because she had other customers, right? So when a server does that, I'm very conscious and aware that I don't want to bother. I don't want to keep them from their other customers, right? The more a new customer comes into a diner, the more tips you get, as they cycle through everybody. I'm the guy sitting there for 6 hours, right? Over on YouTube, Lisa Ordway, how you doing? Welcome to chat. Further reminder again, everybody, we are on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch tonight. We are triple streaming from now on, so we are on 3 platforms. So if I don't get to you, do hang tight. If I miss something in a long form of conversation, feel free to repost it if I haven't read it yet. But yeah, so this gal Monica, like was really just like really into her. But at the same time, like I don't like the idea of asking somebody out at their place of business because they're there to work and not worry about whether or not a guy thinks they're cute. Is my point of view. So I ended up never really like asking her out, and when I was getting ready to, she ended up saying that she was moving to Montana, and haven't talked to her since. She I think she and her ex at the time didn't work out, but then she was pregnant. She was gonna have her first child, and so I don't know. She's moving back with family to raise the child and everything like that. And I'm still kind of bummed out that I never at least like exchanged phone numbers. At least made a friend at the very least. Give her someone to chat with while she kind of restructured part of her life, right? So it would have been nice to have at least been that kind of friend in that situation, but never got a chance to. But yeah. Armchair, hey G, you have multi-chat set up, like using social streams Ninja, or you just have 3 chats open? Just 3 chats open, yeah. It's essentially Twitch and Kick are next to each other with the same kind of long form, and then YouTube's down below it, and it's a little bit like more wide and and whatnot. Lisa Ordway, day 1452 is crazy. Yeah. This server, this public server I'm on, it's the Skynet Gamers Midgard server. While I don't team up with people, I do let people know, hey, this is a server if you're interested. Has some quality of life mods on it and stuff like that. This server runs about 3 months or 90 days before they wipe and restart again. And there's always somebody on the server. So since it runs 1 hour of game time each, one day of game time in 1 hour of real life time. Yeah, the days end up going by pretty quick. So the server's been going at least 1,452 hours. Actually, hey Siri, what's 1,452 divided by 60?
It's 24.2.
Thank you.
Of course.
So, equivalent of 24 days, and I would say that means that there have been people that haven't been on the server, because I think it's been running, oh gosh, at least 40 days. That could be right. But I mean, but anyways, that's the point. Is yeah, this could be like a lot. We would have been a lot further into the days if people had been on 24/7 the entirety. So the end of this month, likely they're gonna wipe and restart. It's not my server, but I like playing on it, and being is that they have a ticket system and support system in place. It works for me as a streamer, so that if something happens, I can put a ticket in and they can help resolve it for my items, for the server being down or anything like that. And when the new alpha comes out, whenever that is going to be, you know, it'll be a surge of players again, and we could play on something that is supported by lots of admins and owners versus just running our own thing and worrying about all that aspect of it. You're a better man than I. That would drive me crazy. Uh-oh. Armchair, which part would drive you crazy? Jimu. They have a Discord too, right? Yes, they do. Skynet Gamers Midgard server is yeah, they got a link, discord.gg/Skynet Gamers. Oh, Armchair, the multiple chats would drive you nuts. Well, with respect, and again, Lisa, thank you for chatting on YouTube, by the way. Most of my chat's still Twitch. Kick and YouTube are in the current build-up phase right now. So, yes, at some point, if you guys do want me being successful, Cluck Norris, excuse you. If you guys do want me to continue to grow and be successful, that is one thing to be conscious and aware of, is that chatting with everybody in chat at some point may not be as easy, because I do love chatting with you guys in chat and reading off everything. Speaking of which, back to Lisa, can't you get rated? Oh, do you mean rated as in zombies attacking me or other players attacking me? What is that? This is the Cluck Norris. I'm babysitting him for the server owners. Oh yeah, and so days since last accident, 635. We got hurt during Horde night, but that doesn't count. Getting hurt only counts when it's the work on the base. So yeah, Lisa over on YouTube. Basically, it's a PvE server, so other players are not allowed to attack and destroy and loot other people's bases. It does happen on occasion. When that does happen, we do basically go to the server admins, and they have a way of seeing the player activity. And so if you say, hey, my base got broken into, all my ammo and this weapon and that weapon and everything were stolen out of this box that was broken into as well. Basically, they could look at the info of what was lost, what was removed from box, and what was added to somebody's inventory, and then they have a nice conversation with the player who broke the PvE rules. Now, when it comes to the zombies, however, I actually am surprised we haven't had a wandering horde. If we have had one, they might have timed out and we've just been too far away. But yeah, there's currently only 6 of us on this server right now. The random chance of a wandering horde is dependent on the player and the player location sometimes and everything. So we've had wandering hordes come in, and they always seem to come in on this kind of south and west side. And they'll come along like that corridor. They'll come up on the hillside there and fall down. Haven't had too many wandering hordes on the other sides. Sometimes when I'm working on the base, I'm so far away from any activity that the zombies eventually time out and leave. But the cool thing about it is you know, we're high enough level that it's not really that big of a deal. We were talking about that earlier on, though, is that I would like to see this game have a lot more frequent wandering zombies around your base, even if you do have a land claim up. I like the idea of a land claim helping keep zombies from loading inside your base. But I don't like the idea of it preventing zombies from loading around your base, right? You know, that's part of the aspect of this game that I love is that you're constantly fighting off zombies in these apocalyptic situations. But since this isn't made for a horde night to defend off the horde, we basically go to another location called Fort. Let me go there right now. And so you have, again, this is the quality of life server. So there's minor teleports on the server. So Fort, anybody could teleport to Fort. But what you have to do is you have to set a home location to teleport back, or you can do a slash return and it'll teleport you back. Wow, these guys actually left more loot bags. All right. Oh, we gotta remember we just picked up some steel. But yeah, so this is built by the server owners as a place that people can come together and fight collectively together. It used to be trader protected, which means the blocks wouldn't get destroyed. However, I think that they've made these like all steel, and then they paint it to look like wood and everything, so that the blocks do eventually get destroyed. And then I think every city reset week, this place gets rebuilt basically automatically. Okay, so looks like people just left like the basics of this. We're so far along on the game now that people are leaving basic loot like this. So that, you know, it's all like there's one thing at a time in all these. Anyway, so but yeah, this is basically part of it is that where's she at? There we go. Wait, there's a giant chicken to babysit on the server now? Well, for me. Ew. Yeah, I don't know why this is bugging me now that all these bags are out here.
Orange mocha frappuccino.
Speaking of raid, oh man, incoming raid. Uh oh. There we go. Cherish 1701 coming in with a raid. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'll get a SO going out here for you here. How you been? 1701, NCC 1701, correct? Oh, is my bot not working? Sorry about that. AKA, do you know how to do the shout out / shout out? Can you do that for me at least? Appreciate it. Chatbot. This is what happens when I'm not streaming for most of the week. And I've reset my computer since then. Alright, starting up the chatbot now. That way it's ready and available for us on Monday. Oh, no. I mean this one. AKA shout out / shout out. Sure, 1701. The Twitch one that puts them at least up on the top there. I got it. Yeah, my bot's not turned on right now, you guys, so that's why. Or wait a minute. There we go. Orange mocha frappuccino.
It's Britney Spears.
There we go. Bot's working now. Dang it, Greg. Is that to the tune of "Dang it, Bobby"? Oh goodness. Yeah. So, Cherish, what you guys up to tonight? What's new? How's your night going? Kick it a couple times, see if that works. Yeah. God, yeah. See, this is why people are leaving this stuff here. There's so much of it. Just hanging out with friends. That's always nice, right? There we go. We'll take ammo. So yeah, we did the horde night. Oh wow, I can't even grab this. Ah, that's fine. Well, part of me is OCD. Like leaving the stuff here is bugging me. Okay, ready for the overkill? There it is. Plus, loud noises in case there's more zombies around here. But yeah, so Fort is a area where everybody can go to fight the zombies. I'll show you guys market. So the marketplace is this is trader protected. Zombies also cannot get in here, so they'll disappear when they get too close to it. So they build it as if it's this is built by the server admins. Yeah, another player here. Another player was here. So Skynet Airlines. So it was a little runway, small airport inside the hangar. They've got all these player vending machines. So all the people that have been playing on this server that want to sell goods to other players, well, they got player vending machines in here to use. So it's a real fun way for community collective and effort to have all these things on here. All this stuff is more hyped up the first like 2 weeks, real life weeks, or a month into it. Now that we're 2 months into it, and we only have about 3 weeks left, maybe, of time, things are winding down, cooling down a little bit. They also have, yeah. So the admins will do a machine where they have decorative things, so things that are admin or creative menu only are put out so that people can have decorative items. The hedge. Having a hedge for your design at your base is pretty fun, you know. But yeah, you guys saw this earlier, the hardened chest, small and large. You know, those aren't craftable. So they put these in here, at least for items that are purchasable, for decorative items. Skynet Creative Deco, so you see it's got a radial menu in it. Actually, let's... Oh, I can't buy one because I don't have the space. Scrap. There, just so I could show you guys. Radial menu. Shape. So, with this decorative item, it unlocks all these other things you could, you know, basketball hoop, swing set. A lot of those things that you want when you're building something in the game to have that much more of a nuanced style and design that they make available on this server. Oh, they do have the sleeping wolf, bear, boar, chicken, rabbit. Now it says alive. I'm not sure what that means, alive. Like when you place it, is it gonna come alive? So Fluffy Bunny, we have a chance we could probably get a rabbit and have it. Now again, will it stay static and will it be available? I don't know. This is their trader Tex. And he's limited though. He does not have quests. He only has inventory to buy and sell. Leonardo DiCaprio. Leaving loot bags is a Class Z misdemeanor. I like it. Is it run by machines? What do you mean, Freaker? Oh yeah, they put stuff like vending machines out as well. So people are always buying out all the learning elixirs, usually. Now that they've got learning elixirs and vending machines. But yeah, so this is kind of fun. Marketplace, again, is... Ooh, that looks rough. Marketplace is a chance for all the players to go somewhere 24/7 to do goods and exchanges. If you're a donor to the server, there is a donor marketplace that has 24/7 all of the traders. Again, built by the server owners.
What can I get you today?
Trader Bob. Jenny.
Well, look what the cat dragged in.
Yeah. Everybody's favorite, Wrecked.
Put away your weapon unless you'd like to die in my store.
Anyways. Trader Hugh.
Are you a customer?
And then, oops. And then Trader Joel. And like with the donor spot, you know, if you're starting out and you need a workbench, chemistry station, things like that, the server owners have put these places here. If you're someone that's a donor and you've been playing for a long time, it just becomes a convenient way for you to skip past a lot of the grind you've already done over and over and over and over again. So that's oh, they closed the doors. Okay. That's right. You used to get spawned in outside, and then you'd have to enter through the doors. I forgot they put a spawned in here now. Anyways, but yeah, so this is the convenience of coming, going somewhere that that has all these things readily available. Again, if you've done the grind, you know, you save up points on this server as well. Let me go to home and show you guys. This is our base camp. Starting off in the forest biome gives us a chance to kind of level up our characters first before we went into the winter biome, where you know you need to be well insulated. You need to be able to fight mountain lions and lumberjacks and bears. So over time, what was initially set up as a pup tent little area we had all of our bedrolls here. I've moved mine since. We didn't have like all of these things here, but you know, I built this initial side of the tent, then we built a second part of the tent, and we've expanded since then. Just because it just kind of became fun to kind of turn this little like tent and dirt ground into an actual full-on base. You know, so we've got all the multitudes of stuff, you know, the water, the food and stuff. Somebody was getting into our base and getting into our boxes, so you can't access them now from the outside. You actually have to go inside, and obviously you have to have the passcode to go inside. So that was a fun thing that Dorkster did, is mitigate that. Sinclair, howdy, how you doing? And Dorkster had fun kind of building a couple different towers here too, if we wanted to snipe zombies from a distance. Nice bag out here. Scrap that. But yeah, so this was kind of the fun part here. Barry had put up a fun sign, Gregulus and Friends Clubhouse. I love it. And a little takeoff runway out into the lake, helipad. Again, a lot of these items, keep in mind, like the helipad, that bearskin rug, that's all modded into the server as items that we can have, versus a vanilla game, your own personal game, won't have some of those items available. So just keep that in mind when you see stuff on public servers like this. But yeah, so then back to the ThunderCats lair. So we've been coming along tonight. I did another couple thousand blocks worth of block upgrades, and yeah, I wanted to take a little bit of a break there to show you guys some of the stuff around the server that have not been here before. last we were working on was this wall here. Yes. Oh crap. I forgot we got stuff that we gotta get rid of because we got too much stuff in our inventory and we were scrapping things. And so for the most part, I've just been dumping stuff in the box here. Just so I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, let's take that steel and put it somewhere too, because, yeah, there we go, steel blocks. We don't want to accidentally upgrade something, it'll throw off the numbers. I'm going to put that there. Sinclair, you decided to pick up Sunken Land. Okay, and they changed so much. Nice. I remember talking to somebody about that. Same thing with Pal World in a little way. Is wanting to see some of these games get more content and more substance before I really get heavily into them, or pick them up at all. Like in the case of Sunken Land, I haven't played it at all yet. But yeah, just a fair warning to everybody. Pal World, I am gonna play Monday and Wednesday. We decided this tonight. I'm gonna do Pal World on Monday and Wednesday this next week, but Tuesday, yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday of this next week is gonna be all 7 days to die. We're gonna be working more on this. It's gonna be boring. It's gonna be tedious to probably get all of these blocks done, but we're gonna get this sucker done. Just a fair warning there. It's time to finish the sucker. We've only got it like 20 days, possibly 18 technically, right? Oh wait, it's a leap year, so 29. So 19 days. Sorry. I've actually had some sleep, so my brain is pinging on multiple things right now. I don't have the system overload going on. Gotta be careful, this won't let us place blocks after a certain amount. What are we at? We're at plus 54 meters. Cherish, got Pal World, it's fun. I'll have my copy of Skull and Bone Wednesday a little after that. Someone was talking about Skull and Bones earlier, too. Yeah, I'll have to check that. Yeah, I really enjoy Pal World, much like Grounded and Raft. I want more substance, more content. Like I'm already watching Asmongold and a couple others basically having finished all current content, and I'm kind of like, ugh, okay, I'm not as much of a pro gamer as them, but the fact that I might finish all content, that kind of worries me about the longevity of it. However, that aspect I shouldn't worry about, because at the moment I'm enjoying the hell out of the game. So I think ultimately that's currently what's also important, is, you know, I'm just enjoying the hell out of it. If you like Assassin's Creed and Black Flag, you'll like it. I have barely played Assassin's Creed and I haven't played Black Flag. But I feel like I've been seeing, have they been putting out commercials for it lately, or like advertisements? Open beta, yeah, I was talking about it earlier. Until we get the ThunderCats lair built, I'm on a strict no new games until I'm done with this, because I saw what was happening with Pal World for me. It was eating into my time and my energy. So it sucks to say that, but but yeah, so that's where I'm at. Unfortunately, is I've had to put the hammer down and tell myself to finish this first. Then we'll get back into playing new games at some point. Oh, I feel like you redoing this build. Seems last time I saw you, the build was more built. I mean, if it's within the last month, no, I'm definitely further along than I was. Like the was it the like the interior stuff, I wasn't very far along, so it looks like I'm probably doing stuff where it probably seemed like I had done it before. But yeah, so this is where we're at. I took down the logo though. We're gonna redo that in the chest when we start working on the chest more. Yeah, before Christmas. Oh yeah, no, I definitely was not this far along. Before Christmas, I don't think I even had the arms going all the way up and the chest to the head. That was a big part of my delay on this build is the Christmas season, the holiday season, spending time with my family. I wasn't playing as much. I was gone for a week. But then after that, trying to pick up the momentum again to get in here and get stuff done has been pretty difficult for me. Yeah, so I think yeah, we ended up having the doors installed. All the stairwells been upgraded to concrete. Why is my work sending me Benvit's information email at 1:30 in the morning on a Saturday going into Sunday? I know it's automated, but it's probably automated. So yeah, so 8 floors up, and this will be the bottom half of the jaw, and so technically we can come up the stairs, walk straight out with what I set up here, and we'll walk into the bottom half of the jaw, and we should technically be able to stand. You know, probably like there'll be a block here, because the jaw will have a structure to it. You know, so the roof of the mouth will be up above me here, and then the head, the eyes, everything like that. And again, here's a friendly reminder. Not only do I have this image here blocking the in-game chat, but then we have the this other image here. The difference is the shoulders and going to the neck. On the other image, there's the cape and cowl look. I was gonna do that, but we're just gonna stick with this this look here, from the one above my head. But yeah, so if all goes well, see, I remember to turn it off this time, you guys. If all goes well, I wanted to, last couple weekends, I wanted to work on the head here. I wanted to today as well, but I had a work-related issue I had to work on for my day job. But we're going to hit this hard here this next week, and as soon as I can, I'd like to go ahead and yeah, start doing the final stages of the head here. And then all the other nuance building that we're doing, all these rooms and sections inside the build, that all could get decorated later, if all goes well. I feel, yeah, I got hit with a lot of real life issues, and now that I'm on fitness rehab to lose weight, diabetes now. Oh no, special diet, lots been making. Yeah, believe me, insert category of things we have to do, and we all can relate, right? Yeah, no, it's same here. My day job takes precedence. I'm committed to a job where I'm on call, and hours could be long. I had something this past week that I had to be on site and working with people, and so there was not really a lot of time after work to have energy to do anything, because it's mentally and physically drained from what I was doing. Same here. I'm trying to work on my health a little bit better again, and not wait till like the summer, and for the summer to be too hot that I'll have another excuse not to do things. And so yeah, so I'm with you on that. It's like trying to work on some of those issues, and sort those out so that we don't have continuous problems. So I don't cycle this again next winter. Basically is what I'm getting at. Yeah, the ThunderCats. Oh. Oh, so speaking of which, I gotta really watch what I do here. Speaking of which, so what are the frustrations I've had? If you don't mind, Cherish, I'm gonna bounce off of what you saying the ThunderCats, me saying it makes me think of the cartoon. Saying the line. One of the things that, as a content creator, as a streamer, I am struggling with. Again, I'm not. Freaker knows what's up. I just glanced over and saw that. Freaker, I should totally put exclamation point rant, and I should do the Lord of the Rings brace yourself pop up for that. Brace yourself. Greg's about to go on another long diatribe. And Cherish, I appreciate the recommendation on a Mediterranean diet. I'm in the current evaluation right now, and that's one of them that was on the list. So I appreciate you suggesting it. Okay, we ready for the rant? No, not so much rant. I just trying to be open and honest with a lot of you guys. And I know that turns some people off and whatnot, but it is who I am and it is what I do when it comes to the content I do and say and talk about when I'm streaming. So I in the course of me not only, having the work the extra long hours this past week and a half and kind of I got over the whole cold and flu kind of aspect a couple weeks back, only to have some sort of a stomach bug the other day. So that's why I wasn't streaming last 2 or 3 nights. And so I got through all of that, but in the meantime, when you're sitting in bed and you've got time to browse the internet or maybe work on a couple things, I got a Chromebook that I use for writing up and doing notes and everything like that, do basic web search and whatnot when I'm propped up in bed watching a movie or TV show. Very simple Chromebook, helps me with that kind of activity. So one of the things that I was trying to kind of look into is, trying to watch some videos on content creation. What are people doing that I'm not doing? What are things that I need to learn more about? Like I started getting kind of semi-frustrated with a lot of these content creators that they'll say somebody is a small-time content creator and that person has 300 average people watching their Twitch streams. And I'm just like, okay, if that's small and my ass has an average of 10 to 20, shit, what does that make me, But I get what they're saying, and like in their thousands of views, they're in the top 0.05% or whatever of streamers, content creators. I get it. The macro view of it all is that I'm someone like me is definitely not making that much of a dent in the whole grand scheme of things. So anyways, one of the things that I did was go to the Discord. I don't know why I'm feeling like I have to be accurate when I say this. One of the things that I did is I went on to twitchtracker.com, and I went ahead and I put in my my channel, and I'll see, where is it here? So I think it's Ludwig had recently put out a ultimate guide to streaming or something like that. I don't know about the ultimate guide aspect of it, but he makes a lot of really good points on there. But he was saying, I think on average 7.5 million people are streaming in the world, I guess. In I don't know if that was Twitch. I don't know if that was I don't know where the number is. So I went ahead and I like on Twitch tracker, I was like, okay, am I like number 1,500,000 or something like that? And it says that, according to twitchtracker.com, how accurate that is, we don't really know. If they are really accurate, awesome. But I personally don't know. But according to this site, I am ranked at number 131,000 out of all these streamers in the world, I guess, at least on Twitch. So yeah, if anybody knows a little bit more accurate of a number of how many people on average, not now or not a week ago or a year ago, but if there's an average that's out there, feel free to let me know in chat. But the fact that I would be ranked at 131,000 something, oddly enough, was a bit of a positive spin for me. Armchair, you're on the eat what I want diet. Not gonna live to be 200. Screw it. There's that. Cherish, you're happy if you hit 6 views at the moment. I feel you totally. I relate. And what wasn't too long ago, same thing. Yeah. So, well, but there's also something about that, and I'll get into that in a moment. And it's definitely not going to be anything like against you when I say it. If I could word it right, is what I probably shouldn't have said it the way I said that anyways. I'm stumbling over myself right now. The shovel is not digging the hole. The hole is dug. Somehow, preemptively, we have looped in time, and the hole is already dug, and now I'm grabbing the shovel. No. Wow, my brain right now. See, this is why I shouldn't get sleep. Okay, where's I going with this? So, okay, so I'm looking up these numbers, I'm looking up these things, and I think part of me is kind of just trying to look, what is the realistic situation I'm in right now as a content creator? And if I do want to make this a living one day, again, it's not going to be anytime soon, unless I do something stupid that I can recover from, but somehow gets me millions of followers. I don't comfortably want to do anything like that. I'm not that kind of person. But yeah, so unless I do something that somehow like brought in like 1 million people or something like that, there's absolutely just no way I'm gonna do content creation for a living for quite a long time. I got a lot of work to do. So knowing that, I basically in this last week or so, I put myself into let's kind of look at a realistic point of view. Let's get also a 10-yard point of view. Let's get a 100-yard point of view. Let's start taking the time to kind of look at the reality of the situation when it comes to where I'm at as a streamer and a content creator. And so part of it is I was bringing up YouTube and hesitating whether or not I wanted to say this. And what I wanted to say was ThunderCats. This whole time that I've been building the ThunderCats lair the last couple of months, or when I have the time to do it, last couple of months. This whole time I could have been doing something to also add. Oh, airdrop. I could have also been doing something to add to the meta of it, to add to the substance of what I'm doing. And what I'm getting at is, what if I were to watch the cartoon again, and basically at the end of each time watching the cartoon, put out a commentary video on YouTube, reaction, response, review, whatever. And I'm kicking myself because it's like I could totally, like, for people that have never seen me try to build this before, and we have tried before, closest I came to finishing it was the very first one I made. And so it's just, I'm kicking myself because it's like I could have totally made that a thing. But the problem is I would not have been able to stick with it on a regular basis, because hindsight 2020, we know I had work-related issues. I had my trip to see my parents, and all these things came up. So I wouldn't have been able to stay consistent with it. However, that's not to say that I can't do it now, right? So one of the things I am getting at is, how would you guys like it if I went ahead and started watching some of the episodes of the ThunderCats cartoon? And then, yeah, like I said, I'll put um, a commentary review video together. And I think the hard part is I can't necessarily do a watch party. Most I would do with that. I wouldn't do the broadcasting it, obviously. Most I would do is, you know, like, hey, I'm gonna watch this episode this day around this time, and maybe I'll go into our Discord, and for people that want to chat briefly on it, we'll talk for a little bit, you know. But I don't have enough people, I feel, to actually warrant doing something like that. I feel like one or no people will show up, so it's putting work and effort into something that's not going to have any kind of response or results. So I'm not going to worry about doing like a watch party type scenario, but I think that's what I'm leaning towards. Is I want to see what people, you know, like or dislike about me putting together a reaction review video for each episode of the ThunderCats. And I'm talking again the 80s cartoon, the original cartoon that came out, ThunderCats. Maybe someday I'll finally watch the one that they did, was it 10 years ago, 15 years ago? I can't remember. Maybe I'll check that one out sometime. I never did. And then I think what was the other one they tried to do, ThunderCats Go. They tried to do a more cartoony, like slapstick comedy cartoon version, and that one I had absolutely no interest in. Personally, I think the ThunderCats is ripe for oh, we haven't flown around this area. Tree. Personally, I think the ThunderCats is ripe for a live action movie. I think it's time to get like a PG-13 version of it, like the Transformers, like G.I. Joe. Obviously, since it is a cherished property, so was G.I. Joe and Transformers. But I do think that I would hope, as a fan, as a viewer, I would love to see the what do you call it? Like the seriousness put into play. You know, that again, it wasn't just a kid's cartoon, but it actually had some serious ramification moments in their story, and it actually, you know, there was some life or death moments in the story that they told, and I think it's ripe and rich for myth and lore and everything. So I think a live action version would work. I just know that they haven't been able to successfully get something put together yet, but you know, one day, yeah, I'm hoping. They did it live action. What? They just made it medieval and called it Conan the Barbarian? No, come on, you know Conan came out way before ThunderCats came out. I should say the comic book and the comic strip of Conan was out before ThunderCats. Cherish, don't watch the remake so you'll cry? Oh no. No, I don't get that way. It's just like if I don't have interest, I don't have interest. Like the remake that they made again 10 or 15 years ago, I forget when, looked interesting. I didn't 100% like the redesigns, but it looked interesting enough that I was meaning to check it out at some point. See, there's zombies that load near the base. Um, you guys think he'll try to come over here? But yeah, I tend to think about like like remakes and reboots that if they don't work, they don't work, and all I do is just go back to the original. I'm free falling. Okay. But yeah, so I'm of that mindset. You know, if a reboot or a prequel or another adaptation of something doesn't work out, oh well, you always got the original to go back to. If it does work out, then boom, you got bonus content. I try to keep that kind of mindset because I do kind of feel like we tend to allow ourselves to get like if something doesn't work out, I think we tend to allow ourselves to let that hinder our previous, like what's a good example I bring up is I harp on the J.J. Abrams 2009 Star Trek movies because there are aspects of that I don't think that they thought through very well when it comes to the Star Trek universe. However, I love Chris Pine, Zach Quinto. Listen to me sound like I know him personally. Yeah, me and Zach, we go way back. I wish. But yeah, no, the Zoe Saldana, you know, I wish she and I were friends. I would. Oh, yep. Oh, shit. And that is the broken leg. We'll mark it down in a second. There you go. There's your wandering horde. Yep, okay. It's time for number 14. Damn it. Alright, leg break 14. Save the file. Save the cheerleader. Save the world. Speaking of Zachary Quinto. Minimize that. All right. Where was I? What was I talking about? Except X-Men, for some reason, the remakes seem to work. Oh yeah, Star Trek's. Yeah. Oh yeah. So, J.J. Abrams, Star Trek 2009. I have a love-hate with that because again, I love the actors. I love the attention to detail when it comes to like the new special effects and everything that they put into it. That was great. The movies looked great, but yeah, they the J.J. Abrams and Bad Robot, they tend to not think through what actually like substance-wise worked as a universe. Like there are things about a story universe that are kind of locked in place, and dare I say, you know, some of the TV shows broke some of those canons too. Voyager doing the whole slipstream and warp beyond warp 10 kind of thing or whatever. You know, but I also relate that to the original series having done something similar too. Like right, like, but they were starting to build the canon. So, anyways, but yeah, the J.J. Abrams movies tend to have this like doing the whole trans warp beaming or whatever, that you could beam to somewhere else in the in another quadrant of the universe or whatever. Like they didn't think that through, and then so how it should have ended basically teased that the most, where they talked about how they don't need starships anymore, they just beam everywhere. And then Star Trek Into Darkness. Oh, we don't, we're living forever, so now there's retirement communities that are overflowing because people won't die because they have Khan's blood, things of that nature. I totally get. That was always kind of a semi concern about Star Trek, anyways. Is how do you continue to elevate the technology and the things that they do in that show without breaking a possibility of core universe substance that they you know you could only go to warp 9 point whatever and the ship starts shuddering and everything like that. They created some of these limitations so that everything wasn't so fantastical, and so when you do that with stories, it becomes much more tangible and relatable, I think. And I think you lose sight of some of that when like with the J.J. Abrams ones, when you essentially break the laws of the physics of the show. I don't know. Anyways, he also hosted the new In Search of shows. I'm not sure. What do you mean, Armchair? Who hosted what? And what's In Search of? Cherish Discovery I was iffy on, but ended up working as long as you took it out of canon. Uh-oh. Oh. Cluck Norris. I tell you. He keeps trying to scare me. Zachary Quinto. Okay, and I'm not familiar with the In Search of shows. I definitely want more Zachary Quinto in things. I unfortunately have not watched a lot of his work. I went back and I watched, I think, the first couple seasons of 24. What was that, almost a year ago, when I was sick then, and he was in season 2. That was kind of cool of 24 before he was in Heroes and then subsequently Star Trek. Yeah, so Star Trek Discovery I enjoy, but I definitely had to kind of say separate. I had to say this is definitely not original series TNG, DS9 Voyager, and it worked for me as well. Like the idea that they had hologram projection on the ships already, but then took it away because the technology could be corrupted or whatever. It's just like, what? I mean, but I really loved the look and feel of the special effects that they did in, like, the pilot episode of Discovery was of Star Trek Discovery was so enjoyable. But what took me out of the pilot episodes of the first season of Discovery was the Klingons. There was same thing with Star Trek Into Darkness. There was no need to redesign the Klingons, I felt, or I didn't know if the language was changed or not. Like if they left the core Klingon language that was written and become so canonical that it has a real life dictionary for us to learn from. Sorry, my leg's broken, so I can't do a lot of activity right now in the game. Or it's splinted, but we got 10 minutes until it heals. Like, I hate to tease and make fun of it, but in Star Trek Discovery, like, it felt like the Klingons on there were completely doing like this kind of like version of their talking. Whereas, like, from Star Trek 3, I think, like a little bit of Star Trek in the motion picture, but Star Trek 3 with Christopher Lloyd's Klingons, in a Klingon bird of prey that in the next movie gets to be used as a time machine. But yeah, Christopher Lloyd's character going forward really established, like, the Kapla, and we are warriors and we are the Klingons who, they had this kind of like cadence to their speak. And when they did shift over to speaking Klingon, they had a kind of like style and dynamic. I felt like that is aspects, let alone, it doesn't really matter to me about the ridges or style and design. Some of it was kind of cool with what like J.J. Abrams' version did. But at the same time, there's a little canonical like okay, if this is that type of Klingons and Star Trek Enterprise kind of established a little bit of why there were human Klingon hybrid. Yeah. So, but yeah, that was one of those things that kind of bugged me a little bit about the Klingons is like creatively, why is that the change you're gonna make? If you keep some of the core concepts and the stuff that's been built for the story universe in play, you're gonna have old fans come back, but your tweaks and your modifications can be done to bring in new audiences to this new thing with more effects, more capability of out. If you're reaching people online and not just on TV, on broadcast TV, you got a chance to kind of up that factor of an audience too, of readiness and availability. I've talked to you guys before. I'm a big fan of things being online, and watching my content that way. Anyways, but yeah, that was my big gripe. One of my big gripes was I didn't feel that I didn't feel it was necessary to do Star Trek Discovery as another prequel 10 years before Kirk and Spock. There was no need to hit that time period. And I like Michael Burnham, and I love the actress, Sonequa Martin Green. Love her. Loved her on The Walking Dead. And so I'm a big fan, and I'm looking forward to what she was going to bring to the table. Michelle Yeoh, you're always going to have good stuff with Michelle Yeoh. Completely, I think they wasted her character. Wait a minute. I think I heard another zombie somewhere. It might be up there. The wandering horde might not all have fallen. Okay. You guys like that? I'm just like so not bothered by this. So yeah, he must have just fell. Oh, I thought it was a vulture. It was a thing of grass. I'll get back to chat here real quick. Nods, I agree. They messed up the Klingons. Yeah, and sorry, back up to Armchair Guru. Lair Nimoy did the original In Search Of shows, late 70s. Quintos was doing the current ones. I didn't know that at both situations. Okay. They are episodic documentaries, hour long on a subject. Let me put that down then, because I might want to, because I don't have enough stuff to watch, right? In Search Of Zachary Quinto. In Search of Zachary Quinto. In Search Of series. Okay, I got it on a tab to check out later. Thanks, man. Get my dashboards back up. Oh, goodness me. There we go. Minimize that. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, Cherish is like, agree, they messed up the Klingons. Freaker, just realized the other day that John Larroquette was in the same movie with Lloyd's Klingon. That's right, huh? He reprised his role in a Night Court Halloween episode. Nice. Yeah, I tried to give that new Night Court a chance, because I love Melissa Rauch. I like that actress. So cute as Bernadette in Big Bang Theory. But the only time, no offense, ladies, but yeah, the only time that high-pitched squeak of a voice would work for me is if it's how Bernadette does it. With how Melissa Rauch does that character. But yeah, I was so digging that character that I was gonna get the Funko Pop of that character, but I didn't. Watching Picard made me happy, says Cherish. Yeah, um, did I liked third season the most. Picard, I did the same thing where I'm just kind of like, I feel like the writers didn't 100% understand the character Picard. And with respects to Sir Patrick Stewart, I feel like he himself is also kind of. I feel like he's kind of missed the point on what is Patrick Stewart, what is Jean-Luc Picard. I respectfully I feel like he put a little bit too much of himself into the character all these years later. I just I don't usually get that way, but I was just thinking like he didn't really understand Jean-Luc Picard. But I still enjoyed the Picard series. I enjoyed the third season. The Terry Metalis was much more of a substance, even though I don't agree with how they ended the series and the overall protagonists. Because I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but what ended up being the overall protagonists, the villains overall of the third season, I didn't like that approach. But what I did like about Picard season 3 is the exact kind of, dare I say, badass nature of Beverly Crusher and growth from all these characters after 20-25 years was a very enjoyable approach. I liked the how do I put it? I liked the kind of experiment of it, of like back in the day, like didn't they do like a MASH reunion, like mini what, like TV movie or whatever? Didn't they do something like that for the MASH characters, and they got all the surviving characters and actors to do something? Yeah. Yeah, so like they would do something like that, and they would specifically like they were making it a thing where this is like the reunion, MASH the reunion or something like that, right? So for me, I felt like, okay, so you get the next generation characters, they had 7 seasons, they wrapped up with All Good Things, which I don't put as much praise into All Good Things as others, but I still enjoyed it as a season finale. I think it's as solid as you can get for a show. Or sorry, a series finale. I think it's as solid as you can get for a show. And then they got 4 movies, right? Generations, First Contact, Insurrection, and oh god, what was the last one? um, Crap. Nemesis, Star Trek Nemesis. So they got those 4 movies though, right? And I think we all were kind of left, like with Nemesis, we are kind of left like a little lackluster, right? Because again, I think it was a misunderstanding of approach. I go back and I watch Insurrection, and I'm actually I enjoy it more than I did before. Anyways, but yeah, so Star Trek Picard season 3, we got to have basically the next generation reunion season of the show, right? Um, I don't want to spoil it for some people that haven't seen it, but Ed Speleer's character and ultimately who they decided he was, family, damn it, who his family was, and his cause and effect character arc towards the end of the season kind of bugged me. And it's funny because it's like I usually don't talk about a lot of this stuff because I just kind of move on to stuff I do like. But a lot of you guys have been kind of warming me up to be a little bit more critical about things. So you guys are gonna see some of that from me. It kind of bugged me a little bit, the character arc, because I felt like they got a really great actor to play this character. And I felt like there were some missteps on who he was. There was no need for him to be fully connected as a family member the way they did. But the way they retroactively made his character canon, did they retroactively do it? Screw it. You guys, anybody in chat who's not seen Star Trek Picard season 3, we're gonna talk spoilers. I gotta do it. So fair warning. I'm gonna talk spoilers because I just gotta get into some of the nuances. All right. So I'm like, which part do I even want to start with? Should love when people do that. Oh my god, where do I begin? No, it's not like that. Okay. Server's restarting in 2 minutes too, by the way. So for those unfamiliar, the server restarts every 6 hours to just kind of refresh everything. Restart is just a reboot. It doesn't wipe and restart the map. So it just takes a couple minutes and we'll be back in the game. Oh, see, I told you guys a mountain lion usually loads in. And sometimes a bear as well. We've got 4.5 minutes left on this leg. All right, so Jack, who we find out is Jack Crusher. He is the newest son of Beverly Crusher. And we find out, you know, he is the son of Beverly Crusher and Captain Jean-Luc Picard. So by Terry Metalis' storytelling premise in this situation, they're saying that around about season 7 and after the Next Generation ended its seasons, and somewhere during the 4 movies, Jean-Luc Picard and Beverly Crusher got it on. You know, they went ahead and they made a relationship out of things. They got intimate. Here's the thing for me is they had stated that in the 24th century, in the Star Trek world that these characters are in, they were saying that Beverly got pregnant and didn't tell Jean-Luc Picard, and then went off to raise her child for 20-25 years without him. A little bit of a some people brought it up too about the Wrath of Khan and Star Trek 2, Star Trek 3, Kirk and David, his son David kind of story. They were knocking socks. Internal net connection error. Oh my goodness. So on this server's Discord, they have a channel where you can watch the server status and when it's going to reboot. Midgard game server offline. Okay, so we'll just watch for that. Anyways, so what I'm kind of getting at is, so this is supposed to be the future where medical technology and a doctor herself, a career woman with a career man. I'm not worried about the age thing, you know, that having a baby in your mid 40s to 50s. Even this day is possible and able to be healthy and treatable and everything like that. We have the medical technology today, so they themselves having a baby, probably 50s. I want to say 45 because I think they're saying that Beverly was probably like 70 to 75. Gates McFadden's actual age. Anyways, point being is, I have a hard time believing that they don't have some form of future Star Trek 24th century birth control to allow family planning at that stage in the future to happen, where people can be intimate and have sexual intimacy without worrying about unwanted pregnancy at that point. The technology is advanced. Dr. Crusher herself is an amazing doctor and was head of Starfleet Medical briefly, and then came back to the Enterprise. So it's like all these things. It just did not make sense to me that she had a unwanted pregnancy with Jean-Luc Picard. Oh, server's back online. Let's see. Back to Freaker was made in passing on why Crusher was gone from the series for a year. Wait, what do you mean, Freaker? My issue is with the tech she had access to. Why didn't she know he had Borg DNA? That's the other aspect, right? Is the Borg bugs me as a villain in the Star Trek universe. Just like with Star Trek Discovery, what's the second season villain? Control or something like that. Yeah, some sort of. All right, we're back in. It bugs me when someone makes like this grandiose villain or scenario, right? And you set yourself up as you set future things up for failure because you've made something so grand. How could anything either compare or can be or whatever you did to defeat it might create the scenario again, like the Khan's blood basically curing death, so to speak. Things of that nature, right? You're setting things up that just like ultimately you think it's a cool idea, and that's the problem. Is it shouldn't be about what you think is cool. It should be about what your story universe, technically can or cannot do. You've created a rule set for your story, so an audience has a believability of that substance of your story, and those are the things that break it, I feel. Now, to somebody that's never really watched a lot of Star Trek, they don't give a shit that that it makes no sense that, again, it's to me, it might be not to others, but it makes no sense to others that that Picard and Crusher had an unwanted pregnancy. They didn't plan this pregnancy, basically. And it's one of those things. Like I thought it was amusing that they addressed him having a British accent was because he actually did spend time, most of his time in London, and he picked up the accent. I was like, okay, that's fine. It's the same thing with like Patrick Stewart's British, so why does Jean-Luc Picard, someone who's French, have a British accent? And Star Trek Picard Season 2 kind of basically answers that by saying him and his mother, I think, or mother and father, but they moved to England for most of the rest of his life. He grew up in England instead of France, where the family farm or the family vineyard and everything was in France. I was thinking that way back in 1988, 89, that I was able to, as a kid, reason that, okay, in the future, just because he's born French doesn't mean he lives in France. you know, I'm a Bailey, a Scottish, and Welsh family ancestry, and yet I speak American English, with an American accent, so, it's like that made sense to me a little bit more so than anything. So I was able to reason that way back then when I started watching Next Generation. Picard and her son didn't really sit well with me, but whatever. Yeah, it's. I get what they were trying to do. We got 2 minutes 20 seconds on this cast leg, and then we'll get back into hopping up on this build. I get what they were trying to do. They're trying to build a family thing, and Patrick Stewart, bless his heart, and I love him dearly for it. He's very open about trying to ensure that people are loved and feel loved, and family that does love one another connects. And it's an important thing for him coming from an abusive father situation, his mother was abused by his father kind of situation, where he wants to roll that into some of the stories about Picard. And to me, I felt like it's hitting it a little too close to his life versus Jean-Luc Picard's. At the end of the day, though, the last thing I'm going to do is argue with Sir Patrick Stewart about character and about acting, and I could still be either into it or not into it, whatever the performance. But at the end of the day, if there's somebody that knows a hell of a lot more about acting and characters, it's Sir Patrick Stewart, than I. So, and ultimately, the season 3 was still so very enjoyable. But another spoiler. Again, we're still talking spoilers here for Picard season 3. So if you don't want to hear spoilers, I'm going to get into a couple other things. I know that it is something that Terry Matalas, again, the showrunner and writer of season 3, lead writer, I know it's something that he didn't necessarily plan for, but getting Todd Stashwick as Liam Shaw, Captain Shaw, like was brilliant, and it was such a great minor antagonist for Picard and Riker in season 3. If it were me doing the story arc, one, I would not have killed him. But for two, I would have not only swayed him a little bit more towards understanding and relating to Picard and Riker by the end of the series. Basically, you sway him over to why, Picard and Riker don't just gung-ho and crash ships and blow things up because they're seeking that kind of adventure. They are captains and commanders in that situation where they needed to do whatever they had to do to resolve the serious implications of a situation. And being that, the flagship of the Enterprise, the state and nature of the ship itself for exploration and conflict, that ship is put in that position, and therefore, Picard was a captain that was always put in a scenario much like Kirk in the original Enterprise. They're put in those situations where they have to resolve something. And of course, story-wise, we as the audience, we want something like that. We want to see them overcoming these incredible odds, right? And winning and saving the day. But yeah, I wanted to see Captain Shaw. I wanted to see him sway more by the end of the series. Like, I see now why you guys do these things the way you do them. And then in turn, I wanted to see Captain Shaw remind Riker and Picard what was important, because Picard even said it to Wesley. Your first duty as a Starfleet officer is to the truth. Things like that, right? I would love to have seen Liam Shaw remind them of those aspects of the nature of being a Starfleet officer, and why. I loved the story about Wolf 359. I loved the stories that Shaw was telling about why he is the way he is. And so it was great to see that nuanced difference of a Starfleet officer of being an engineer turned captain, and why he was the way he was. Armchair says, let's be honest, if aliens exist, they tell their kids to roll up their windows and lock the doors when they blow through the solar system. We're not that bad. Like in the grand scheme of things, if aliens exist, they probably just ignore us. But yeah, I always get a kick out of that. But yeah, so I mean that was just my thoughts. Is just like, one, like having Captain Shaw as this minor antagonist in a situation that you could sway over to your side, but as a reminder character of your duty and your character's original core concept and reason why you became a Starfleet officer and all that stuff. Like when it comes down to that, I think that would have been a better approach to it. But I still enjoyed the hell out of that character. Made me become a fan of Todd Stashwick, the actor, and it subsequently made me go check out 12 Monkeys, the TV series, which I still have to finish. I think I got 2 seasons in. Yeah, so ultimately, I would love to have seen a different approach for Captain Shaw. I didn't really see the purpose of these redesigned starships that they did for the Titan and for the Enterprise eventually. I think honestly, I think what would have been better is like stick with the Enterprise E from the movies. Stick with it, and stick with that design, but have fun with the whole like Enterprise D remodel, right? Um uh, Basically, I think I like the idea of I don't know. So the redesign was kind of weird to me, and so the Titan, especially Sean Tarangio, he's an artist kind of buddy going back to the early Image Comics forum days that a lot of us artists would chat with one another. He designed the Titan. Sorry, there's a fire truck going by. Wee-oo, wee-oo, wee-oo. Oh, right. I forgot I got the fire truck on. Hot button. Retrofit instead of remodel. Yeah, I didn't understand the need to go with completely new models again, but then they did the whole like retrofit. Like they were trying to do retro designs or something like that. I didn't understand what Terry Metalis was going with there. Him and the crew were trying to do that. I think it would have made the Enterprise D moment more enjoyable had they stuck with the Enterprise D and the Voyager style, like all these next version styles that they were established already. I think it would have been that much more of a which they kind of did with the Enterprise F, right? But anyways, it was just like so now they're on the Enterprise G, which they took they took the Titan and renamed it the Enterprise G. So then that was like one of those things where like, well, hey now, don't downplay the Titan. So here's what I would have done, and again, it's just me. I would have kept the Titan as the one that Riker served on. Not the Titan A. I would not have done this retro style retrofit. I would not have done that. I would have stuck with Sean Tarangio's design, and I would have kept that and still say it was the ship, but that I would say like Captain Shaw is the captain that took over command after Riker, and so therefore you just go ahead and make it like what connection does Riker really have to the Titan A? It just didn't make sense. Like at that point, it's removed. Riker wasn't in command when they did the A. The Titan wasn't out long enough, I felt, to warrant having a NCC such and such A model. But all right. Anyways, and if you read the Titan novels, there was some really fun advanced stuff about the size of the Titan. The Titan was a large ship, and this version was like a much smaller version. It didn't make sense. Like, it's the Titan. Why are you making the Titan smaller? So I would have stuck with the original design. I would have kept. Captain Shaw was the relieving command of Riker when he steps down, and I honestly, I would have just said, let's just keep the Enterprise F, and I would have ended Star Trek Picard Season 3. I would have left it with Captain 7 having a choice. Does she want the Titan? Does she want the Enterprise? And I would have left that as the cliffhanger. Is you're now promoted to captain. You've done considerable work for Starfleet, and you've earned this moment. I would have freaking had Janeway in Picard Season 3, by the way. And I would have definitely had that just end with her like going, I'll have to let you know, and then I personally, as the showrunner, would have then, if I talk Paramount into more Star Trek and do it with Jerry Ryan and with 7 more fire trucks, I would have definitely woo. Yeah, I would definitely have gone that route where you just kind of end it there, because then you could gauge out the audience's responses. If people were like, yes, we want more Enterprise, or let's do stories about the Titan, and let's let Captain 7 take command and do a show on the Titan. I would have done that. The whole Borg thing, the whole I again, the Borg to me is you're creating the eventuality of not being able to sustain a villain that can adapt and improve, and yet keeps getting defeated, but yet they can adapt and improve. There's an exponential growth to that character that's not being met by the starting definition of the character you create in Q Who, when they were first introduced. They're planting little seeds that along the neutral zone, there were things happening to planets and stuff along the border there between the Romulans and the Federation, and it turns out it was the Borg all this time. They also were kind of like, maybe it's the crystalline entity, but then ultimately I think turned out to be the Borg. That these colonies were missing, and things were, entire sections of worlds were scooped out, and it turns out it was the Borg. Real quick, let me go back. Used parts from another ship of the same class was the explanation. Freaker, you mean sorry, did you mean like with the Titan A and then the Enterprise oh, not even the Enterprise, but the Titan A. But yeah, so the like the Borg, the exponential growth of the Borg being villains is just like eventually they're going to continue to adapt beyond your capabilities. You know, the whole thing I loved about the Best of Both Worlds Part 1 and Part 2 is in Part 1 they had talked about how Starfleet was getting prepared about the Borg thanks to Picard's encounter with them. And they have new weapons, new technologies on the drawing board, but none of them are anywhere near being ready to be created and deployed or whatever to fight off the Borg. So they weren't even ready, you know, to build countermeasures and to fight the Borg, right? So that's what makes the Best of Both Worlds creatively fun, with having to use data and plug into their network and using a command to put them to sleep versus like, you know, take down your shields or whatever, you know, like those were creative and fun ways. But again, like that's where like the exponential growth. Then you have the Borg on Voyager, and you're starting to, you know, one of the lines that I hated from the movie First Contact was they said the Borg have the thing we feared is that the Borg had begun their invasion of Earth. I was like, that's they had already started an invasion when, you know, sorry, not Encounter at Farpoint, Best of Both Worlds Part 2, you know, when they finally they destroy everything in Wolf 359, they go towards Earth. So, you know, things like that in First Contact, Star Trek First Contact had already done that, where where I felt like they had ignored the fact that the Borg had already invaded once before, you know, that this was another invasion. And I don't, it's a small little thing, but that's what I felt like. The thing we have feared, that the Borg have returned to invade Earth or something like that, is one of the lines that Picard could have said at the beginning versus have begun their invasion. But yeah, so the Borg, to me, like, to make them once more again a returning villain that has like this universal implicating consequences, the long game being played, that it is in everybody's DNA because of transporter use the past so and so years, but it only works on people under 30. Is that what it was? I can't remember. Like, it was a pretty big stretch, I felt, for Picard season 3 to go that route, when in all actuality they could have stuck with the changelings being the overall villains of season 3 Picard. And I know some people had a problem with that because they felt the changelings were a Deep Space Nine villain. And it's like, I kind of get that, and I think ultimately, if it were possible, here's what else I would have done. That's what it always is. Here's what I would do. Ultimately, what I would have done is I would have set up things for Picard season 3 being a final season of this Picard series, you know. I would have done that whole season building up to the reveal that a faction of changelings had disagreed with the pact that was made at the end of Deep Space Nine. But the changelings were okay. They ended the Dominion War. Yeah, you'd think they'd stop. Yeah, in Archer Guru, you had discussions with someone about that. Yeah, so I would have. I'm fine with a faction of changelings approach that, you know, eventually they would try to find a way to once again say, no, we're not happy with the arrangement. You know, we don't believe in this aspect. I'm fine with that because it's kind of a fun villain, the whole shape shifting thing. Plus, this is where I did like a little bit of the exponential growth of villainous characters. Is what do you do to go to that next level? Well, changelings that not only can shapeshift but can also have blood and organs and everything like that to register more so like not humans but beings that are supposed to be in Starfleet, like the person they are becoming. That evolution of them would have been a really fun deal had they honed in on it more. Yeah, evolution. Yeah. So what I would have done is I would have made the entirety of the final season of Picard. I would have made not immaculate conception like what what's the example? I would have made Jack Crusher an unknown variable that Beverly has not been able to figure out how she got pregnant. I would not have made him Jean-Luc Picard's son. Sorry, I'm slowly seeing my light stand fall over. Is it still going? I've been meaning to get some sandbags for these. They're on tripods, but they're not on the best on carpet. They're softly, slowly. They don't have a good stable prop. For those that don't know, like with the lighting and tripods for cameras and everything like that, sometimes production crews will sandbag down the corners of tripods to keep them in place with some weight. Time to weld it in place. I know. Yep, can't move out of this apartment, so we might as well make it a permanent structure. Anyway, so yeah, I would have made um I would have made Jack Crusher a a um a scenario where Beverly has not known how she became pregnant, and she initially would have assumed it was Jean-Luc's, but I would have actually played out the angle. But we're the 24th century medicine. We don't get pregnant unless we want to, kind of scenario. I would have played out that kind of thing. So somehow I got pregnant, but then when I checked for, again, she's a medical doctor, she could check medical DNA with Jean-Luc Picard. I would have had her, say it's like I found no DNA sequences of Jean-Luc Picard in the DNA. So I would have said that the changelings themselves would have found a way to, to have a baby, with, Beverly Crusher. I'm saying it out loud because I'm trying to see if it actually fits with what I'm thinking. But if you would have done something like that, where Jack turns out that he is a changeling and human hybrid of sorts, right? I would have been fine with that approach versus the Borg thing. That the Borg and because even that was kind of maybe an explanation too of like, well, we're on 24th century birth control. How the hell did we have a baby without planning it? Oh, the Borg ensured that I got pregnant. I could see that answer too. But why am I not working on stuff while we're talking? Because I'm blabbing and I'm really getting into this. But yeah, I would have totally just made like I would have ended the last season of Picard, the TV show, with the whole Jean-Luc is not your father, but you're the child. Oh shit. Oh, We had just healed up recently, too. Number 15. Was it Armchair Guru? That was a Picard when you guys were knocking socks. That was a changeling, right? You know, like I'm here or there on that because that is beyond the non-consensual part of it too. Is it, you know, it's a little rough for some people, but yeah, right. Yeah, it's a rough kind of conversation for people to have with a story like that, but it would make for an interesting approach, I think, had they gone that route. All right, 12 minutes. Now let's have a health bar. I come back here to get a splint because it does do splint and then cast, cut down on time. Okay, and now we're down to 10 minutes. Health bars used to do so much better for the reducing the time. Come on, writers. Yeah. Well, okay, so anyways, I guess what I'm getting at is if I had ended the series, I would have ended it the Picard season 3 with the ultimate final reveal. The last episode, I would have revealed changelings fully 100% are back, a faction of them, and they have infiltration once again to Starfleet. But I wouldn't have made it like there's a million of them or whatever. I wouldn't have done something that grand. But the potential ramifications of expansion are there, and I was still, you could do the Starfleet Day celebration or whatever, and there was going to be a sabotage on space dock. You know, like that right there alone would have been a major devastating thing. Space dock, part of it getting destroyed and losing orbit and falling down into Earth would have been a devastating thing. Its size alone is a dangerous impact to Earth as an orbiting platform. It could have been something dangerous that you know, it didn't have to be like the whole universe is at stake kind of scenario. And then what I would have done is I would have set the seeds right there for Star Trek Legacy or whatever they're going to do, like the next Star Trek TV series. And I would have had Captain Seven and part of Star Trek Legacy that I think would be great is if they legitimately went and said Next Generation crew actors, Deep Space Nine crew actors, Voyager crew actors, who wants to come back for that era reunion show. And I would have done at minimum like a 10 to 12 episode story where we get to see, you know, all of the TNG crew, all of the Deep Space Nine crew, all of the Voyager crew who can come back, obviously. I would have had freaking Naomi Wildman, Scarlett Palmer's come back as Naomi Wildman, you know, all different things like that. And part of that is because, you know, it would have been a great fun tie-in to say, hey, Deep Space Nine, you guys dealt with the changelings the most. And part of me would have kind of also made it the return of Cisco. Now the hard problem is Avery Brooks isn't really. I don't think he's doing too good these days when it comes to being coherent. No disrespect to the person, but if you watch the Captains that William Shatner did, which God was that 10 or 15 years ago. You start to realize like Avery Brooks is kind of really kind of gotten a little bit out there, and even if that's not the case, if he isn't actually mentally having some issues, I think overall he's just really pretty much done with franchise and corporation and everything like that. And I don't blame him either. Kind of stuff. Let's see, I put Avery Brooks down, but let's put the captains. Could have left it with a to be continued in a new series. Yes. Well, and the hard part there is not knowing, like Terry Metalis not having as much carte blanche from Paramount as he was hoping. They gave him carte blanche with season 3 of Picard, but I think the part of that was too, like, well, they felt like, let's do a third and final season. We have Patrick Stewart signed on to do a third and final season if he likes the premise, and he liked the premise of what Terry Metalis put together. Which, again, I love Picard season 3. These are just the nuances. The Captains by William Shatner, 2011. So 14 years ago, 13 years ago. Avery Brooks was showing signs of not really being as cognizant and coherent back then. So I'm not sure how he's doing these days. But my God, if they made a new series and it was a Star Trek Legacy, and Legacy is the culmination of TNG, Deep Space Nine, Voyager era characters, that they could have made a reunion show of bringing back Cisco, right? And I don't know, who knows, maybe there was a way that you could probably have talked Avery Brooks into at least doing a final appearance in the last episode. I just always kind of hate those that, you know, like you get like that one little one and done. By the time you're done with the series, you finally get something. And in this case, again, if he's not cognizantly all there, I don't know if we would get the version of the character that we would all really want ultimately. Yeah, maybe that's unfair to him as well, if we as fans have that expectation. But yeah, I kind of feel like that would have been an opportunity to see what is Kira, Dax, Bashir, O'Brien. I definitely want to see how O'Brien's doing after all these years. How are they all doing, and how many of them are still around Bajor? How many of them have moved on to other lives, whatever? But I think it would have been a fun opportunity to catch up with those characters and catch up with the Voyager crew and where they're at after all this time as well. And if done right, it could have been like the Avengers of crossover type scenario. But again, it's expensive because that's a lot of actors, legacy actors, to bring back, right? And nobody's going to sign up for chump change. I don't blame them either. They shouldn't. But yeah, I think it would have been a really fun way to combine them. That, okay, you started all of this bringing some characters back with 7 of 9 and everything like that with Picard. Now let's go ahead and start bringing back the others. And other people might say, like, you know, we're tired of this. Time to move on. Please move on. Move past this stuff. I just think that would have been a really fun approach to, again, if they're wanting to do, because Terry Metalis had said that if he got to do another Star Trek series, it was going to be called Star Trek Legacy. Now, I'm kind of tired of that label, to be honest, because isn't there, like, yeah, so isn't Superman, James Gunn Superman, also called Superman Legacy, Tron Legacy? You know, like these subcategory titles now are a little bit more repetitive, and I don't feel are very creative anymore. So the whole legacy thing, like, I'll bring it up, but man, I that's why I was hoping is that they wouldn't really go with that title. But the point being is, like, if they were going to do a legacy kind of scenario, and with respects to the original cast, um, from the 60s, you know, into the movies in the 80s and stuff, the original series. With respects to them, you know, bringing them back again for something, who the ones that are left, you know, Walter Koenig, George Takei, William Shatner, you know, it doesn't quite work, you know, the way it could. So what better way to do it than just to do it with the next generation Deep Space Nine Voyager crew? You like Tron Legacy? I had a little bit of problems with that too. I liked it, but I felt it lacked the substance as well. The understanding of things like I felt like they put a little too much godlike nature into Kevin Flynn. But I wanted to know more about how amazing and magnificent of a reality and situation it was for Kevin Flynn to realize what he saw in a game world, what may have just been like a perception, right? He was pulled into a computer, and through variables of computer technology, he saw things as ships and light cycles and everything like that. He saw that like to me, like having like actual characters in the code and in the programs and everything like that. I always treated it when I was a kid more so as he perceived it that way. They weren't really that way. That was a digital reconstruction perception of things, to have a relatable visual representation of these programs being cognizant and real and alive, right? I always felt that that's what Tron was, and so when they did do Tron Legacy, they played on it like I don't know, like he was creating life forms, and I'm all for that. That was actually a really fun concept. I like that. But I felt like one of the things that they missed out on, an opportunity wise, is you have the actor, Kevin Flynn, the dude, Jeff Bridges. You have Jeff Bridges back, but he's playing this out there kind of character that doesn't really have a lot of structure and substance, because he's supposed to be Zen-like and guru-like and godlike and whatever, and so ultimately in the end, when he sacrifices himself, I'm not really sitting there going like, no, please stop. You know, I'm not saying don't do it, Kevin Flynn. That sacrifice didn't really have as much meaning to it as I think that they wanted. And I really did like the idea of Clue and the you know, some programs not wanting other programs to thrive just due to the inherent nature of conflicting programs, you know. But I guess part of it is I wanted them to continue to kind of show the analogy of why a computer program is also not only doing what it's programmed to do, but why would it stray from its programming? And how is a world created by Kevin Flynn which he is a user and has power over, why is that world able to overpower him? You know, why would Kevin Flynn not have countermeasures to prevent that kind of thing? So the world itself was really hard for me to 100% believe. I loved Garrett Hedlund's character, the son of Flynn. You know, I forget the first name. I love Garrett Hedlund playing Kevin Flynn's son, and I loved the whole what do you do when you're Bill Gates, Steve Jobs version of a father, with all this publicity and the computer world fame and riches disappears one day. I love the mystery of that. Part of me almost wanted to say, like, I wish they went most of the movie never revealing what happened to Kevin Flynn, so that you could do that in another movie later, right? Find him at the end of the movie, and then, you know, then you could set up a third movie, but I don't know. I do like the idea of Cora, and I like the idea of bringing her into the real world, but then part of me is asking, how exactly did they do that? Like, on one hand, it was, you know, you're able to digitally break someone down with lasers in the very first movie. That was a very Disney-esque approach to putting Kevin Flynn into the machine. You know, so ultimately, like, how did his body get reconstructed afterwards? Like, how did they make the flesh and the bone and everything like that, recreate it? So how did Cora, you know, get flesh and bone and blood and everything herself? Ultimately, I'm asking the science fiction to explain something that pretty much any writer who's creating science fiction, you know, doesn't even know the answer to, because we ourselves are not at that level of technology, so we have to create it. But how do we create it not knowing it and making it seem real, right? They could have explained the sub story a bit more, yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted. Like I loved Michael Sheen's character that you know, ultimately ended up, I felt, getting wasted because it turned out to be the usual this is the owner of the speakeasy, we trust him, and we trust him to bring our group here to tell, you know, to talk about our ultimate plan and everything. Oh no, the owner of the speakeasy has betrayed us. How inevitable, you know, like moments like that, I'm like, come on. You got Michael Sheen, let's use him for substance. But yeah, so that was part of my frustration with his character and with that club. You know, obviously it was nice to see Daft Punk, and of course ultimately that's what everybody agreed on, is that the Daft Punk album itself was amazing for Tron Legacy. You know, it alone created I think a style, a substance, a feel of what Tron Legacy was going to be, more so than the movie did. Now, again, I say all of this, and I still enjoyed Tron Legacy. I really did. Yeah, I just wanted more out of it. Oh my goodness, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I was gonna get another beverage, but I did drink my last Mountain Dew. And I think it's too late for a cold brew coffee. Water is boring. But healthier. Yeah, so those are my thoughts. Tron Legacy, Star Trek Picard Season 3, and possibilities of other Star Trek that I would love to see. going back to Star Trek Discovery, I am glad that they eventually moved it out of the Kirk Spock era of original series. That's definitely what I would have done differently, is I would not have made Star Trek Discovery 10 years before Kirk and Spock. It made no sense to me that they did that. And they changed enough of the story, and then we had Star Trek 2009. So I feel they built a sense of confusion with Star Trek Picard. Or not, sorry, Star Trek Discovery. I think they built enough of a confusion with that show. People were asking, is it the original series canon? Is it Star Trek 2009 canon? Or is it its own third thing? And so when they never really fully answered, I think people went into it with so much expectations, when they should have just kind of like definitively said it was going to be one thing or the other. Freaker says, be right back. All right, buddy, we'll see you when you get back. But then you stick to your guns, in my opinion. Like, if you're going to make something canon, well, then what is canon in that respect? And I think part of that is, excuse me, part of what makes something canon in it is you keep some of these things that are core story and structure the same. I don't mind about technology being the same. Oh, the shuttlecraft looks newer and it doesn't look like a cardboard box. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, I'm not worried about that aspect of the technological improvements. But I would have, I don't know. I would have made Discovery, after Star Trek's, TNG, Voyager, Deep Space Nine era. Discovery was loaded with new tech. Her sister ship was destroyed and she went into the future, so therefore none of the next ships, Enterprise, got that tech, so canon stayed the same, was the argument. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, it's just one of those things where it's like you have a possibility of part of that exponential growth I was talking about earlier of villains also applies, I feel, to exponential growth of the show. You went from the original series to the original series movies to Star Trek The Next Generation TV show, right? And so at that point, 75 years later, you got to see the technological improvements and status of Starfleet and everything like that as it was in a future of a future. So part of that excuses some of the things that the creators get to do for the show now that they have more budget, technology, things like that. You know, the ability to do models and map painting and some of the computer generated stuff for the Next Generation back then, in 1987 to going forward. They were able to do things that they couldn't do in the 60s. So that's cool, you know. So that excuses, let's make it 75 years later. Cool. You know, they didn't have to go another 75 years later, but I would have made Discovery 25 years after Star Trek Nemesis, you know. I would have, in the background, kind of put some things in there about the whole Picard era, you know, the Janeway era, you know, stuff like that. I would have put some things in there like that, but I think we could have had like a lot more substance of yeah, just a little bit more advanced technologies of the like when Burnham is stuck in the brig and half of the brig is ripped away from open space, I think, if I remember correctly, and so she has to drop the force field and survive all that. That was such a wonderful FX driven scene that didn't make sense that that was during the Pike. I'll say it that way: the Pike, Kirk, and Spock era. Because it's not just Kirk and Spock; it's also Pike era, in my opinion. So, yeah, I totally would have just done it that way, where you know, where you make it 25 years after Picard, Cisco, and Janeway. Yeah, I'll say it that way. I think that would have made much more sense for what they built. Now, ultimately, where they have taken it, I've been enjoying. I still enjoy the show. Yeah, these are definitely just my nitpicks. Oh, we
Much
don't
obliged, stranger.
need anything. I'm just dropping off, picking up, dropping off. Just a moment. Man, when people leave these doors open.
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
Rogue Squadron. Oh, there he is. Oh, how you doing? Converted a prime tier sub to a tier 1 sub. Thanks, man. Appreciate the support. How you doing? Good morning to you. I think she dropped a loot bag, and there's a snake. There's a snake in my boots. Bought Pal World yesterday. Hey, all right. You checked it out yet, or are you loading it up now? Don't lose your head. Oh, did we not get everything? Oh, we'll leave that for somebody else. Played it a bit before bed last night. Nice. What do you think, man? How's it feel? Oh, I didn't have anything to sell. All right, let's go back home. A nope rope. The snakes, that what you're calling it? A nope rope. I don't think I've heard that before. But I like it. Oh, crap. We need to drop off some of this. It's okay. Still trying to work things out. Nice. Okay. So, kind of getting a feel for it. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it, but we've now wasted too much time with the ThunderCats Lair build. So tonight I'm kind of eased back into the ThunderCats Lair build, but I'm gonna be doing Pal World Monday and Wednesday. I gotta change my calendar on Twitch. I'm gonna do Pal World on Monday and Wednesday, and so Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday this next week is gonna be 7 Days to Die. We're gonna be continuing to work on the build here. Yeah, because the son of a bitch needs to get done. All right. Give me just a minute here, you guys. I gotta put in a passcode, and we're not broadcasting that. And it's just a couple different boxes here.
Orange mocha frappuccino.
Do the jitterbug. Come on, man. Xavier Skeleton coming in with a raid. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Be just a moment here. We'll get the game back visible. All right, and then just in case, I'll make sure I'm allowed to show things in the boxes. What's in the box? All right. Yoink. There we go. 8675309. AKA, thanks for putting the SO out there. Last playing Roblox. Nice. How's Roblox these days? What ammo am I trying to put away here? I don't see a 44 ammunition, but this was the open box, so I'll put it in here. Let's see. Bones here. And leather. Perfect. It's a 50-50 on console. Yeah. And no problem. Yeah, thanks, AK. Gosh. You know, I was thinking the other day, like, if I were to get a console, I haven't bought. This is 100% true when I say this. I haven't bought a console since GameCube. A Nintendo GameCube. Now, the reason it's not true is I bought the Super Nintendo Classic a couple years back. And so technically that's a console, right? I'll leave it to you all to decide if that counts. Let's see. Corn. Oh, there we go. Potatoes. I got meat. Meat stew. Alright, 5. We need 12 minutes, 30 seconds on fuel. That works. Somebody made shepherd's pie. But I'm not going to move it because that's not mine to touch. Just do it that way. We'll do it live. Armchair, have a good one, Greg. And chat, I'm off. Been fun. Yeah, good to see you again. Take care. Next stream is Monday. Hope to see you this next week if you get a chance to come in. If not, we'll catch you on the next one. You take care and have some good rest. Catch you on the flip side. Last console I bought was PS4. I couldn't remember like if people were liking PS4. Now, I say that in the context of oops. Did I just I just made a frame? Okay. I'm bumping buttons and messing things up. Oh, holy cow, dump box. Alright, good to know. No. Let's do 10. 10. It means we need more fuel in there, though. 12, 24. Let's go to 36. Let's go to 40 minutes. I think that'll be enough. 40, 15. Oh, that's the last of the coal in that one. Alright, we'll see if that's enough. So Freaker got a PS5 that I won a raffle, though. That's right, I think you were talking about that, weren't you? Yeah, so yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not sure if I would, oh, it's funny. We need 2,000 to make a stack. Yeah, basically for me, it's that minor investment question I have to ask myself is if I were to get a PS5. What would I be playing? And would I really have the time to play anything on console versus what I've been investing time in on PC? And it's hard for me to answer that 100%. Yeah, because I think I would love to get back in someday, and get a few console games and you know, switch up my gaming style. Put it on essentially large screen. I've got a projector these days, so it wouldn't be on TV, but still be kind of fun, I think. Sit there with the controller and do some gaming on large screen versus the computer screen. Alright, I'm not gonna do too much here. We're just enough to make a few stacks of gas. Uh-oh. We are out of space, the final frontier. Let's do that. But I did recently buy like 10 games on the cheap at your local Walmart. Nice. So they're still doing that concept for games where you can get a bit of a discount. But yeah, I haven't bought a game at a store in 15 years. So I don't really think about stuff like that. I know. Oh, good for you, Mr. Digital. Alright, there we go. Let's go home. Okay, a stack of gas. We can make 4 with 25 minutes worth of fuel in the fire. My local Walmart is going through a remodel, so they discounted a ton of stuff in the store. Oh, nice. Try to do their best to reduce, I guess, things at the store, so they don't have to have it in stock, have that stock filling up their space. Huh? Trying to think of like, the hell am I trying to say? What the hell am I trying to say? No, I hit R. Right. And set that up wrong. Got steel blocks. Oh, go and eat that. Let's put the rest of the animal fat away. Oops. My mouse sensitivity is up from playing Pal World. And Overwatch. Been trying to I've been playing comp in Overwatch, and it's actually going a lot better than I expected, you know, to be perfectly honest. I'm still getting pissed off at some moments, but I think for those of you that saw my recent Overwatch short clip, I found out how to do the replay the match feature. And so anytime that I feel like somebody is legitimately like cheating. Like there's just no way they could have done what they've done. I've replayed the match now, and you can filter it so you can watch from their point of view. And embarrassingly, I'm sitting there going, "Oh shit, they got me. They knew." You know, I mean, there could be other contributing factors, but I've been actually able to see like, okay, no, they weren't cheating. They just legitimately have good aim and good comprehension of the awareness around their environment. So yeah. But I think a little bit of that humility, humble whatever it's called, those moments. I think it's a good personal growth kind of scenario for me. Because I could take that and say, okay, really, why am I ultimately raging at this game, and why am I playing it at all if it makes me rage? You know, so I do want to play Overwatch and get better at it. I don't know about the whole, massive. I don't know about trying to be like an ultimate Overwatch badass or whatever. I just want to get better at it. Period. So yeah, so I went ahead and I started playing comp, and I'm starting to think like a little bit more like strategically by doing so. I'm not saying I'm doing a good job, but I'm starting to think better, I think. Rogue Squadron, have you heard about the investigation going on with a British man who boarded a flight to the US and arrived in New York without any documentation, no passport, nothing? No, when did this happen? And yeah, how does something like that happen? Last December, yeah, shocking. He didn't even get checked by security, passport control, nothing on leaving the UK. So I'm trying to pull up a website talking about it, and they want me to create an account. I hate that shit. But yeah, FBI charged man after he arrived in the U.S. with no, I'm guessing no paperwork. December 17th, 2023 is the article. Wait, now here's one. Man with no ticket or passport flew from Copenhagen to Los Angeles. And this one's December 12th. Uh, okay. So this one, how hard is it to jump on an international flight to the United States with no ticket and no passport? One man managed to do it last month after he passed through security at Copenhagen Airport in Denmark and flew on a Scandinavian Airlines flight to Los Angeles International Airport, carrying only Russian and Israeli identification cards in his bag, prosecutors said. The man, Sergei Vladimirovich Ochigava, pardon me if I massively butchered the name of this person, Spoke to federal law enforcement officers with the help of a Russian-speaking federal agent on November 5th, the day after his flight landed, and he was detained in Los Angeles. But the interview only seemed to deepen the mystery surrounding his travel. He told the agents that he had a PhD in economics and marketing and had worked as an economist in Russia a long time ago, according to an FBI affidavit. He said he had not slept in 3 days and did not understand what was going on. He said he might have had a plane ticket to the United States, but was not sure, according to the affidavit. He also said that he did not remember how he got on the plane and would not explain how or when he got to Copenhagen, or what he was doing there, the affidavit says. He also claimed he did not remember how he went through security without a ticket. That's rather convenient. like, like, like to me, okay, even in a, is it fugue state? Is that the term, fugue state? Even in a fugue state, like, how does one manage to nonchalantly get through all of this? So this man was indicted by a federal grand jury last month on a charge of being a stowaway on an aircraft, a felony that carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. He has pleaded not guilty, and his trial is scheduled to begin December 26th. His federal public defender did not immediately respond to a request to comment on Tuesday. Spokesman for the U.S. Attorney's Office for Central District of California, the authorities believe that this person was a Russian citizen and had not confirmed any legal status that he might have in Israel. Documents in his possession indicate that he is 46 years old. A Copenhagen airport representative said that this gentleman was seen on airport surveillance images without a valid ticket. Copenhagen Airport has provided a photo and video of the material to authorities who are investigating the case. She said, "We take the matter very seriously, and it will be included with the work we continuously do to adjust and tighten our guidelines to improve security." Scandinavian Airlines said in a statement Tuesday that it could only confirm a situation regarding a passenger on a flight from Copenhagen to the United States, and that the matter was being investigated by the authorities in both countries. Yeah, because I mean, at this point, it's cool to talk about all of this as a thing, but now I want substance of how. So the crew of the flight, Scandinavian Airlines flight, did not see the boarding pass, but noticed that he initially sat in seat 36D, which was supposed to be unoccupied, and then wandered around the plane and kept changing his seat during the 12-hour flight. He had asked for 2 meals during each meal service, and at one point attempted to eat the chocolate that belonged to members of the cabin crew. One crew member said that he tried to talk to other passengers, but most of the passengers ignored him. After the plane landed in Los Angeles at 1 p.m., he had approached Customs Border Protection checkpoint and, speaking in English, told the officer that he had left his passport on the plane, but the airline did not find any passport there. Officers searched for this gentleman's bag and found a Russian identification card, used it for travel within Russia, but not an international passport required for entry into the United States. He also had an Israeli identification card, but there was no record that he had applied for the electronic travel authorization that Israelis need to enter the United States. I mean, just, again, like, wow. Yeah, to even leave. And get on the flight in the first place. It's pretty interesting. Okay. Surprise. especially after 9/11. Yeah, it's like wow, that. But at the same time, part of me wants to say statistically, with the amount of air travel and people, excuse me, and people constantly traveling this day and age, you know, some things are inevitably going to slip through the cracks. You know, it's, you know, at some point you kind of have to accept that that is also a possibility. That, again, it's just things slipping through the cracks. But man, like, I guess I'd rather have somebody in a fugue state of mind randomly be able to get through security like that than obviously somebody with a serious intent getting through as well, you know? So definitely glad to hear that apparently, you know, this person's not a threat. I don't know why I'm organizing this stuff. Oh, yeah. There we go. A little bit better. It'll probably never happen again now. At least, like, that Copenhagen airport is, you know, probably embarrassed from the situation, right? You know, that happened. Sorry, let me turn off that screen. It's bright. But yeah, I'm sure so for a while, you know, the current staff that work all of that, security staff and the people that work the ticketing counters and everything, the checks and balances are going to be in there a while because it's going to be on everybody's mind. You know, let's not screw up again. But inevitably, I think part of what is possible too is that you know, then 6 months to a year later, you have new staff, new crew working things. You have new management, new, you know, whatever. People will then become complacent again. You know, it's one of those things that I accept that we as human beings just inevitably we're not 100%. You know, we're always gonna slip up here or there on things, and one just hopes that it's when those slip ups occur that, again, this is just from the initial article, that it ends up being someone that is just not all there and coherent about the ramifications of what they've done versus malicious intent, right? You know, let's hope that that continues to be when something happens. But yeah, that's something else. What, like, so Rogue Squadron, what brought that up? Parts. There we go. Okay, 44 mag. There. Awesome sauce. You were just reading it? Okay, okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I had to skip through a couple different pages there of stuff. Like the New York Times. I had a web page that I was reading to you guys there. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting scenario. I'm always intrigued by security-related incidences like that. Trying to decide if I I want to call it quits or if we want to keep going for a little bit longer. If we're going to keep going, I got to get another snack or something. Ooh, I've got ice cream. Oh, which I should have gotten into like 3 hours ago, but... Yeah, why not? Give me 30 seconds, you guys. Strawberry cheesecake. That sounds real healthy, doesn't it? Get the plastic off of it. Okay. All right. Where are we at? Get some basic foods made up here. How much time's left on these? 16 minutes. 5 minutes left on this, but then it's got... What's that? Another 3 minutes it needs, so 8:30. Oh, I don't have any coal on here. There we go. Let that finish up. All right. Slash home 3. Hey Siri, set a timer for 16 minutes.
16 minutes counting down.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Yeah, basically this gives me a chance to refill the or not refill, but add more gas to the big generator I've got. Because I think this week we'll also work on wiring up some more things to the build. Yeah. All right. 39,000 gas in the generator. Only powering 85 watts currently, but it has capability of powering 15,000 or 1,500 watts. Yeah, 15,000. Jiminy Christmas. Nothing in that. All right, let's do another 1,000 blocks if we can of this. I'll start this. Yeah. Take that away. Hopefully we don't fall through it, right? But as a reminder of where we're upgrading a block on the floor up above. steel. So I think Blue Joy helped make a bunch of steel. Yeah, I probably should go ahead and finish that front face wall. There we go. So good. Yeah, I got these a few weeks back. Totally forgot they were in the freezer until earlier today. I got a whole bunch of frozen berries, raspberries, strawberries. I also have I think frozen pineapple and frozen banana slices, so I could make more fruit smoothies and such. And yeah, I looked in the door of the freezer, you know, when I opened it. I'm like, oh, I got two things of ice cream here. I smell ice cream. Got chocolate eruption, Mississippi mud, and grape. They got grape. Name the movie. It's a stiff. Oh. Rogue Squadron, stop talking about food. Man, when do I not talk about food? I got nothing till I go shopping later. Yeah. Yeah, my next grocery run is until next Thursday. So I've been going off of all the stocked up stuff I've got. Again, when I made that homemade pizza. I'm kind of excited, you guys. I gotta admit, I'm kind of excited to do another pizza, but I'm gonna wait till maybe middle of the week or something like that. Now I used up the pepperoni slices, so unless I go at least to the convenience store or something like that, I'll probably just make like a cheese pizza for the next one, because I have enough sauce left over as well for one more piece. Oh, but I don't have any mozzarella cheese left. All right, so we'll see. Maybe I'll do a small grocery run, but yeah, my big grocery run's gonna be it's next Thursday, I think. Oh shoot! Thank you. Thanks, Tasha. How you doing, buddy? Happy almost 8 p.m. on a Sunday for you. Rogue Squadron, me and my mom have put our name down on the housing list for a 2-bed place. Okay. Yeah, I think I remember you said you were going to be looking. Dash is doing good things. Nice. Likewise, likewise. Yeah, the grand scheme of things, I part of me is kind of glad I didn't get the studio apartment. Financially, I wasn't really quite ready to do a move. It would have been a very expensive move, but still, I may have jumped the gun on that anyways. But the other half of me is kind of like anxious to kind of clean up everything from this apartment, start fresh in another one. When I was married for 5 years, we moved once a year for 5 years, and it drove me nuts. I couldn't stand it. So when I did finally move to Seattle and rented a room from a friend, for me, that was stability. You know, I wanted to stay somewhere and not move and not do anything. But, you know, it's 4 years in this apartment. 4 years? 2020. 2021, 22, 22, wow, 2023, yeah. Wow. So yeah, 4 years in this apartment, and it's served its purpose. It's been nice, but I'm not as like anxiety driven about moving as I was back then in this situation. Been in your place 3 years now. Yep. Yeah. You like the independence? Yeah. Well, that goes back. Oops. That goes back to what I was saying earlier too about sorry, listening for noise. What was I saying? Oh, you know, independence. That goes back also about the whole relationship thing. That you know, I'm not worried about a relationship for a while, because at the same time, I am kind of also I'm enjoying the independence of my place, my rules kind of scenario I've got set up for myself right now. And I think I filled up this wall over here, didn't I? Yep. That's all right. Yeah, now big whoop. Oh, no, that would be here. Technically. I'm just right now trying to give myself these access points, and then we could decide on how the rooms actually are later. Oh, nope, that isn't the one I was talking about. Oh, is that what I filled in? No. This. Okay. Anyways. But yeah, like the independence of it is yeah, with the right kind of person in your life, it's not that big of a deal to make plans with the person you're in a relationship with. But in the meantime, while I'm, you know, having to possibly date and find out if, you know, if it's working out with someone, and then you've got to now schedule your time around that person when I barely have time to finish all this other stuff. You know, that's also part of why I'm just not really interested in dating right now, because I just don't really have the time. And again, going back to what I said before, it wouldn't be fair to somebody, you know, if I can't put the time that they're hoping to get in return from me. So that's been a kind of a trip to realize lately. That's been like a mind-boggling reality breaker for me, is the fact that I used to be pretty I used to be very needy about having a relationship. And now to me it's kind of like, it happens, it happens. Like, if I could tell myself 25 years ago, no big deal, man. shit, 25 years ago, 30 years ago. Tell 16-year-old me, you know. Rah. Oh, need to go get more wood. Okay, I suppose. There's gonna come a point here where I'm gonna get lost in this build. But today is not that day. Got careful not to mix that. So good. I think overall, going back to that scenario of what would I do if I had 3 wishes food-wise from a genie? I think ultimately you just want to say, I want all the foods I eat to be healthy for me, you know. But something like that instead of saying specifically I want soda to be healthy, I want pizza to be healthy, you know. Yeah, I think ultimately just say that, you know, I want all of this all foods to be healthy for me. Yeah, I think that would be the overall wish. So then maybe the other wish is like wishing for a fantasy food or concoction to be real, you know, like you see in a movie or read in a story or whatever. Or are you wishing for unlimited food whenever you want it? A food replicator from Star Trek, you know, something like that, you know. But if I got that wish, I would ultimately want to not be 100% selfish, and I would want to help feed the world too. So, I mean, I don't know. Some people say that kind of ruins the spirit of the wish, but you know, when you can't help but think like, you know, okay, I want what I want, but is there a way where getting what I want could also help the world? That would be cool. You know? Dasha, dinner time. Need to work out what I'm going to order. Oh, there we go. There. That means the food is done back at home. Perfect. Oh, 3 more minutes. I thought I put that in there. Rogue Squadron, so you're starting to watch Halo Season 2? How was the first season? That was another one of those things I didn't get into when the game came out as Halo. I didn't have an Xbox. And I think I mentioned before, I got to the point where so many people were talking about Halo all the time that I was turned off from even trying it. I did ultimately one day at a friend's house, played some versus multiplayer or whatever version. It was kind of fun, but didn't get to really fully experience the game. It was good. Season 1 was good. Nice. Yeah, I like the concept. Definitely dig dig what they were putting together for the story. That's another thing. There's so many new TV shows, let alone all the movies finally coming out again. That's fast. Okay, just another minute. Yeah. Minute 9 seconds. So I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do after we're done building the ThunderCats lair. When this server wipes and restarts, I did say I wanted to attempt a Wastelands build. Basically, similar to what we did here, we'll start the first week in a forest biome, and you know, the build group, the usual group, is always welcome to join me. If not, I'm not worried about a group effort this next wipe and restart. But naturally, they're welcome to join me, and I think just building a kind of a tower and fence perimeter in the wastelands could be kind of fun. Probably a good chance of frequent and higher level zombie attacks on the base. Probably more cop vomit, vulture vomit type stuff, or are those vultures only during horde night? I can't remember if they're wastelands or not. But yeah, like having those kind of frequent attacks are possible, depending on how the land claim reaction happens, you know. So yeah. But yep, wanting to make it a home and horde base all in one situation will be kind of fun, and build an entrance corridor for them to get in and focus all their attacks on us kind of scenario. We can see if that still works. I'll probably, even though land claim block area on the server is 51 by 51, on vanilla it's 41 by 41. Most likely the build won't be as wide as 51 by 51. I'll probably do not half the size, but I'll pull it in a little bit. The overall point is to stack everything on the main base in the middle for a perimeter fence, but a perimeter fence that also makes the zombies want to go around to a main entry point. In order to do that, we need to make that small enough so their pathing wants to just focus on going to one spot. But at the same time, as soon as we get up to automated turrets and stuff like that, we'll just massively go ham on the 9mm ammo creation, and just keep the SMG turrets constantly refilled and reloaded and ready to go. Okay, 46,000 on 211. Because it's that important for me, right? All right. So I'm just kind of trying to keep track of some things here. let's say day 14:45, 14:55, or real life day 2/11/2024. Cool. Not worried about accuracy, but I'm just kind of curious about the consumption of fuel, and giving myself a little bit of a calculation to keep track of. What's the cost, or the, yeah, lantern? Oil is the high cost. But we could make oil now, right? At this level. Which is also oil shale. Okay. I'm not sure how much oil we have in our supply back at home. Reason being is until power is put into the build, lanterns are pretty convenient and light up the area pretty comfortably. And you could pick it back up, I think, even outside of your land claim. Someone can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but yeah, I think that would be nice. Get some basic lighting when we cap off and cools off the roof or the flooring up above here. It's gonna be a little bit dark in the build, but not too bad. I haven't messed with lighting in Alpha 21, but there have been some nights out in the woods in this game where if I didn't have a headlamp, that we went back to kind of the old school, holy crap, I can't see where I'm going kind of scenario. And then if I'm streaming or creating content, it's same situation, right? Like where I'm not sure like how we're gonna be able to show you guys what I'm seeing as well. So I also worry about that sometimes. Felt the character slightly... Oh, almost did it again. Character just slightly falling off the ledge there. We're able to maintain. Still got a couple bushes up there. I think there's one over there we saw. Plus 54. Gotta watch some of that horizontal weight support. Don't care how, I want it now. Veruca, sweetheart. Alright, Wonka, how much you want for it? Well, they're not for sale. Daddy, I want a cold goose and I want it now. Okay, calm down, Veruca. The hell? Okay, I'm glad that worked, because otherwise I would have took the block away that I was standing on. Now the question is, do I eat this entire thing of ice cream? Or do I be smart and put it away here in a few minutes? Oh boy. It's a conundrum. So, what are you guys' predictions for movie trailers for the Super Bowl? Or the Superb Owl? The big game, however you're supposed to say it. I'm hearing that we're gonna get something from Deadpool 3. I'm not counting on it. The rumor is that Taylor Swift and Ryan Reynolds and whatnot are working on some sort of collaboration for Deadpool 3. The assumption is that she's going to play Dazzler in Deadpool 3, but I hate to 100% try to jump that bandwagon. Obviously, I'd be totally down for it. Incredible singer, and she looks like she could be Dazzler, but yeah, for them to pull off some sort of a big game, I don't know if Marvel is really gonna want to dump 25 mil for a 30-second ad spot for Deadpool 3 right now. The only thing I could think of is if Ryan Reynolds and his I forget what his production company or what his marketing and production is it Maximum Effort, or is it Maximum Effort is, I think, his studio, but I don't know if that's his like advertising production like company too. Anyways, I think they do a brilliant. He's done a brilliant job marketing Deadpool and Deadpool 2. So I've no doubt that we're gonna get some really fun and funny setups for Deadpool 3. But yeah, I don't know what to expect. Really, I'm kind of burnt out like a lot of people. Now I've enjoyed all the Marvel stuff. I don't loathe and hate it like some people apparently do. I don't get that either, but to each his own. But my burnout is from the people loathing and hating stuff. That's the part I'm kind of burnt out from, is the disappointment of the expectations people have of these movies is what gets to me. So I'm kind of happy that we're only going to get Deadpool 3 when it comes to Marvel stuff, like Marvel Cinematic Universe stuff. Like, we're getting Madam Web here this next week, but that's a Sony production. That's not technically a Marvel Cinematic Universe production. And I know not everybody keeps track of that nuance difference, but yeah, for anybody watching that doesn't know that, Sony has the film rights to Spider-Man, and Disney Marvel has had an agreement with Sony for the Tom Holland Spider-Man being in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but the Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield Spider-Mans technically are just Sony productions, and Venom and Morbius are Sony. And reason being is because then those characters, since they fall under Spider-Man properties, Sony is allowed to make movies of them under their ownership of the film rights, which Marvel did in the late 90s to get out of bankruptcy. A lot of the movie film rights were sold to companies, and whoever the Joker was that decided that Sony could have the contract of, as long as you keep making movies, you keep the rights, or whatever the timeline is. It keeps going in perpetuity. You know, man, whoever made that. But I mean, hindsight's 2020, right? Nobody realistically knew that eventually Marvel would make its own film studio and make Iron Man successful, Incredible Hulk for the most part successful, and then lead into Thor, and then Captain America, the Avengers. You know, all that stuff would build up into the Marvel Cinematic Universe we know it as today. Yeah, nobody knew that was gonna work 100% like it did. So, you know, the whole film rights thing, I think realistically, execs at that time just kind of looked at it and said, look, you know, we tried making some comic book movies, and they're pieces of crap, and they're not making money. So why don't we get money now for selling out the film rights, you know, and worry about that later, or somebody else is going to worry about that later. And lo and behold, that's what's going on. Is, you know, I was trying to remember earlier. Let me go and look it up. I was like, was it Legendary or it was some other company? The Ben Affleck Daredevil. Daredevil. 2003. Ben Affleck, Jennifer Gardner. Directed by Mark Steven Johnson. Details. Here we go. Production companies. Oh, so 20th Century Fox, Regency Enterprises, Marvel Enterprises. Interesting. I did not think that 20th Century Fox. I thought for sure it was like Legendary or something like that. Okay. How about Ghost Rider? (2007), Nicolas Cage. I think Eva Mendes, right? Also Mark Steven Johnson. Okay, Columbia Pictures had Ghost Rider. Okay. And Relativity Media, Crystal Sky Pictures. Okay. Anyways, reason I bring these up is those were like the Ghost Rider and Daredevil. Those did get lapsed or expired, but 20th Century Fox had somewhat the same deal for the X-Men and Fantastic Four, that as long as they went into production and put out content, they got to keep the license going. But the problem is 20th Century Fox, that got sold off to Disney. The 20th Century Fox properties got sold off to Disney, and so therefore basically the X-Men and Fantastic Four rights were then reverted back to Marvel, aka Disney, and so that was kind of just like a fortuitous situation, thus leading into what we're going to get here, possibly in the next couple of years with X-Men and Fantastic Four related content. Now, with Spider-Man, it's such an interesting scenario to think about, because technically, like, the Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies weren't bad. Like everyone talks about how bad Spider-Man 3, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3, and Amazing Spider-Man 2 are, but they're not really that bad. They're not what we expected of them, but in the grand scheme, they're not too bad. It does show signs of fatigue with Sam Raimi making Spider-Man 3, and making the creative choices he made in that, versus what the studio wanted him to do, and that whole probable mess that led to what Spider-Man 3 became. But ultimately, it's like we still got 3 pretty good movies, I think, with Tobey Maguire, and 2 good movies with Andrew Garfield. Yeah, very Andrew Garfield and oh goodness.
You have been recruited by the Star League.
Mystery.
Defend the frontier against Zur and the Kodan Armada. Get ready? Prepare
Welcome,
for
recruit. I appreciate that follow. Go for 5,000 followers, folks, and you got me another notch closer to that 5,000 follower goal. I appreciate you for it. Freaker, maybe we get a Galactus that's not a space cloud. Man, if I had $5 for every time somebody brought that up. You're not wrong, of course. It's just, everybody brings that up. That was one of those quintessential problems I've had over the years with these movie adaptions, and going back to our conversation about Star Trek and a couple other things, is when you finally get a movie on the big screen about something you've watched in cartoons, or something you've read in comic books or in a novel, and this is a movie adaptation. Going back to Mortal Kombat, that we go Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, that both those movies have characters that throw fireballs from their hands, right? In the video games, Liu Kang, and then Ryu and Ken, and technically Chun-Li later. So when you get to the movies and they get to a point where they're like, okay, we'll throw you a bone, we'll make Liu Kang kind of throw a fireball from his hands. We'll same thing with Ryu and Ken. We'll kind of let them throw fireballs, but maybe it's actually like this kinetic static thing that happens when they make contact with something. They didn't just do a full on Hadouken and you see the flame fireball go. You don't have something like that, right? So yeah, when it comes to the rise, Fantastic Four: Rise of Silver Surfer, one, like, I mean, I love me some oh god, we were talking about Star Trek Discovery earlier. The actor that plays the Silver Surfer, he's the one that plays in Star Trek Discovery, the tall Kelpian. The fact that I know his race name, but I don't know his alien race name, but I don't know his the character's name. Anyways, Doug Jones is the actor. So Doug Jones playing Silver Surfer, even kind of in bodysuit, muscle bodysuit. It's always great to see Doug Jones work in movies. But yeah, so you got the Silver Surfer, you've got the cloud approaching, of Galactus. But like it's that whole thing of like, fans are warming up like, oh my god, this next movie's gonna have Galactus. And you're watching this whole movie and they're just constantly talking about this cloud. So like the fact that you like watch the entire movie and you're building up, like here's the reveal, here it comes. Oh my god, how amazing is it gonna be to see this huge creature next to Earth that could consume Earth? Oh my god. And no, the entirety of it is a cloud, and the most that they do is this little freaking shadow outline of the body, and you're just sitting here like, well, F you too, like you built this up, you hyped us up, that you're probably gonna have this big reveal of what Galactus looks like, and yeah, he ends up being this cloud. So I'm totally like understanding like why people had a problem with that, and I did too, but for the most part I've gotten over it. But yeah, so I think that was kind of that era of those kind of comic book movies back then, that from the like let's just say from any comic book movie up until the point of kind of yeah, I'll just say it, the MCU. Because even like Batman Begins and Christopher Nolan doing that, and then the Dark Knight Rises, there was still this like perception of trying to make some sort of a real world approach to everything. And we're gonna try to ground it, and not have it too fantastical. Which Iron Man to a point to a point, trying to make technology of armor and basically wrapping around you kind of scenario. It was cool, but it required the CG to kind of like work with the understanding that in actuality, you got a human being inside this armor. It would not necessarily prevent his internal organs from freaking out when he lands, the sudden jolt landings and all the things that he does. Yeah, that's the stuff we can kind of look past, I guess. But yeah. 2, 3, 10. Is that right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. Okay, that's lined up. Line it up. But yeah, Freaker, you have to imagine, again, if Kevin Feige, guy that spearheaded a good portion of all of this stuff with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you have to imagine, like, at this point, he's got enough cognizant awareness of things that I think he knows that he can't just do a cloud, He can't just do the hint of a character to save on production and whatever. Like, here's my thought or theory. And I think the Christian Harloff show, they talked about this too. My thought or theory is Galactus is either a Celestial, because I don't know fully his origins or information in the comics. My thought or theory or feeling, or I agree with other people on, is that Galactus is an entity that feeds off of Celestials that are seeded on planets. That he goes after planets not because of the planets themselves, but because the Celestials, like we see in the Eternals. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 10, 6, 8, 9, 10. So if he is a being that that feeds on that that energy, that what's gonna draw him to Earth, if like the Celestials end up being on, or if the Celestial coming out of a planet already from Eternals is actually our universe, our main universe, or if that's hinting at that there is a Celestial planted in Earth. Anyways, point is like if that's the case, I would love to see that Galactus is coming to Earth to feed on that Sentinel, or Sentinel, wow, that Eternal Celestial, wow, that is half there, like he could feed on it because it's no longer alive or something like that. I don't know. I think it would be great to have that as the reason, to have that connection. And essentially, when you saw Arisham the Judge Celestial in Eternals standing over Earth, I want to see that with Galactus. I want to see the physical body and size of everything in comparison to Earth. Now, in some cases, some artists have depicted Galactus as being like twice the size of the Empire State Building or something like that. It's like just that massively large, but large enough to stand on Earth, but not not massive like, again, Arsham the Judge in Eternals. Rogue Squadron, I'm looking forward to Alien Romulus. What's that? Freaker, Galactus is the beginning of the end of the universe and has been at least 10 times that there's been a universe reboot, at least in the comics. Speaking of Eternals, that was on several hours ago. Oh, was it on like public TV, or you were watching it? Yeah, I was thinking about watching it the other day. 4, 5, 6. I ended up seeing it, I think, 3 times in the theaters. I thought it was 4, but I went back and I was counting my tickets of movies I went and saw. I think it was only 3. It was on FX. Nice. 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. That looks right. Nice. So I mentioned earlier that I'm thinking about watching the ThunderCats, and then I'll do video recaps and put them up on YouTube. Since we're working on the ThunderCats Lair, again, I should have done it sooner, but oh god, that scared me. It just wasn't loaded in right. But a part of me is kind of thinking about prepping to watch all of the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies. Going back to Iron Man, watching them in release order. And then part of me was like, well, why not watch them in timeline order? And I was like, I don't know. I don't think it'll really matter too much, but release order, I can kind of comment on some of how I was feeling when they first came out versus rewatching them now after all these years. And anyway, so I was gonna go do a rewatch of the MCU before Deadpool comes out, but I have to look at how many days we have until then. Deadpool 3. Again, since we're not having any other Marvel movies until 2025, other than Deadpool. That's what got me into. That's right. That's what got me into saying the nuance specific. Madam Web is not Marvel Cinematic Universe, but it is Marvel adjacent. It is the Sony Spider-Man universe of movies. And I can't remember if Venom 3 is coming out this year or not. Kraven the Hunter. So those are Sony movies. Sony Marvel movies. And let's see what else. Superman Legacy is not coming out till 2025, so we won't have DC new stuff, like official DCU stuff until next year. Oh my god, it's so good. Madam Web, you still on the fence about Freaker? Yeah, I have zero expectations. I like Dakota Johnson and a couple of the other gals in there, and I'm just gonna... Oh, wow. Coming up on another Horde night. I'm not gonna stay for a Horde night. Yeah, because I gotta get some sleep. But yeah, I look forward to seeing what they're gonna do. But I'll be quite honest, I don't think they even know what they wanted to do with that movie, and it shows on their marketing. Same thing with Morbius. I just don't. The hard part is coming back to this Sony thing. The hard part is they've got ownership of the film rights of whatever falls under the Spider-Man category of characters. But for some reason, I feel like, other than Into the Spider-Verse, the Miles Morales animated stuff, which has been great, but other than the Spider-Verse stuff, I don't feel like the writers are really having a full comprehension of what works for these characters in the movie adapted format. You know, like in the basic concepts and execution, Morbius was okay, but something about it made it laughable for audiences. I wasn't thinking of it that way, but I can't deny that other people were. So, you know, like what is it about their approach that audiences pushed away, you know, versus being welcoming and opening to? You know, not only did you have Jared Leto, which again is a hit or miss actor for some people, right? You know, a lot of people don't really care for his method acting or approach to doing things, or his attitude and whatnot. But I think there was an incredible performance with Matt Smith in Morbius that just ended up meaning nothing, because again, people were just ripping into the movie. But yeah, you know, it's like Matt Smith, I kind of watch him in anything too, you know, like he was the main reason I watched House of the Dragon, even though I enjoyed Game of Thrones. Wasn't too worried about a spinoff until Matt Smith was announced. I was like, ooh, and then they showed like production photos of him with that long hair, and I'm like, oh wow, like we're really going Targaryen with him, okay. And sure enough, you know, like, they really went Targaryen with him. But no, I like it was a real compelling character. The Crown, I enjoyed Matt Smith in The Crown for that 1 or 2 seasons he was in that. Yeah, so it's just really interesting to kind of see, like what I guess what I'm curious about is, like, so what exactly is Sony doing? And part of me just thinks, well, they're just making movies now. I hate to say it that way, but I hate to join the the conspiracy theory. No, it's not even conspiracy theory. It's just the speculation that Sony's just making movies to retain the rights, the film rights at this point. Part of the stipulation is probably that Tom Holland, Spider-Man being in the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies, those movies might not actually count as part of their licensing agreement to keep in perpetuity. Am I saying all this right? So they have to make something else. If it were me, getting a lot of this tonight from me. If it were me, after Spider-Man No Way Home, after we got Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield back for a fun little 3 Spider-Man connected thing, if it were me, I would have immediately went into production on, at the very least, Amazing Spider-Man 3. And I would have done another Andrew Garfield movie. And I would have gone ahead and made... I would have made Venom, what do you call it? The Tom Hardy Venom. The problem with those two Toms. Tom Holland or Tom Hardy? I would have made the Tom Hardy Venom in the Andrew Garfield universe of Spider-Man, and I would have done something where the story pits them against each other right at first, and then have them team up or something like that, work together. I would have done something like that, but I would have played off of this kind of this Andrew Garfield Spider-Man who got to have a little bit of like he's heartbroken. Gwen Stacy died as a result of one of his battles. The fact that not only is it during the battle, but it's very obviously he considers it his fault, that he didn't catch her right or whatever. And so you've got a lot of that burning in him, that guilt and whatnot. And what was great about, again, this is what I was talking about comprehension and understanding of characters and storylines that are being built together, is they had enough of a sense in Spider-Man No Way Home to not say it outright, but to show that Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man is in pain about what he's had to endure with Gwen and subsequently whatever else he's gone through. So much so that when he gets to spend time, even just briefly, with Tobey Maguire and Tom Holland's Spider-Man, that he sees that there is positivity and hope, and that there is other versions of him in another universe that are able to have either happy or different kinds of lives, that things are possible. That I think that optimism being built for his Spider-Man lends itself so much so to have a renewed sense of character growth and development for his stories, but ultimately we aren't going to get to see that. And I think they should have. I think it was a mistake or a lost opportunity that they didn't capitalize on that. And I think it could have been possible that Andrew Garfield said, "No, I wouldn't do it." It's possible he said no. Because Andrew Garfield in his own right has really grown as an actor over the years. Hell, I first saw him in a Doctor Who episode as well. I remembered seeing him in that before seeing him as Spider-Man. just a tad bit younger. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that part of it is Andrew Garfield just is kind of saying I'm done and appreciate it. No Way Home was a fun thing for me to come in one and done. Again, similar to what we're talking about with Star Trek Picard, you know, you get a chance to get this neat crossover of the gang together kind of scenario, but there's not a commitment to multiple movies and schedules and whatnot that you have to keep up with. So I could totally see that as a reason, as much as fans don't want to hear that that maybe one of their favorite actors or an actor they enjoyed doesn't enjoy doing what they're doing, and ultimately they might not want to come back for more. It's always interesting to see these interviews too with actors that they do such a good job acting that when it comes to like in real life, when they're asked questions about some of the stuff about their character or the world, that they're just like clueless and oblivious about things, or they're, while we're big fans of it, to them it is just a job. And I don't blame any actor for that. You know, it is just a job. It just, I think, is a bonus situation when you get somebody that is also a fan. Very rare does that really work sometimes too, but God damn it. Cluck Norris. Why, buddy? Why? Cluck Norris. Scaring the shit out of me since early January 2024. Wait a minute. It's not where I wanted to go. All else fails, just jump on his back, right? Oh, I was trying to go down to the bottom. Okay. I'm lost. Try to do it this way. Do. Ooh, ah. those risky jumps, right? Pizza cake. Is it safe? Yeah, it's safe. Is it safe? Sure, it's safe. Damn it. We might be going for leg break number 16 here soon. I feel the fatigue hitting me. Oh, we've done that before too, by taking away too many blocks underneath us too fast. And the game considered that a sprain or a break. I haven't done it in Alpha 21 though, but all it takes is once. Okay, there we go. I think we've got... Oh, not all of them. That's all right. I'm foolishly eating a whole carton of ice cream before possibly going to bed. Oh, there's no possibility. Possibly I am going to bed after this, but... Oh, howdy. Well, this be a mistake. Stay tuned. Thankfully, I don't necessarily have any intolerance or anything like that, lactose or anything, but I think pretty much anybody that goes to bed after having just eaten stuff, especially dairy products and stuff like that, I think it's a high likelihood of maybe some unfortunate results. We'll see. Starting to look yellow. Careful. That's where the collapsing begins. The collapsing? Oh, speaking of that, I still have to watch, I still have to do my video on Highlander, and subsequently Highlander 2 I have to watch and do that follow-up video to see how I still feel about Highlander 2. Like, I don't know which Highlander 2, like, just whatever regular cut they put out when it first came out. Because, the whole point is to, basically go back and see what we all thought was really bad when it first came out, and do a modern day, reviewing and, commentary on it. Yeah, theatrical cut, yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I heard that there was a longer version of something I watched the other day. And I forgot to write down what it was I wanted to... Was it The Social Network? No, maybe? I don't know. Ishtar? When was I talking about Ishtar? I know I opened that up by saying some movie I watched. Yeah. No, and right, you said there's a Renegade cut, should be right after you finish the video for the theatrical cut. I can't remember if it was you or somebody else was telling me about the Renegade cut of Highlander 2. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll make that if people are digging what I was doing with Highlander and Highlander 2, then I'll probably throw the Renegade cut in there. Just as an extra thing, but yeah, we'll see. We shall see. Shit. And there's the leg sprain. Didn't get a break this time, but sprain. That's number 5. Well, at least a sprain we can cure with a splint. We don't have to waste a cast on it, but let's actually go home. Dang it. There's like side of the carton stuff. It's getting on my lips. think there was duct tape in the... Yep. Duct tape. Cloth. Take those frames. Just so we can just do it this way. It doesn't get into our current supplies. Okay. And now we can run again. Okay. I heard this garage door rolling up or down. I was hoping it wasn't down. Sometimes it'll do that. Yeah, so again, well, maybe it wasn't the social network. Oh man, what else was I watching? I don't think it was Train Spotting. Damn. It's gonna bug me because it was wow, excuse me. It was a movie or a story that lent itself to sounding interesting if it was if it had a extended cut. Have to hop down off the side of the pole there later because I don't think I'm gonna be able to connect everything. Oh, maybe I will. But I'll still do it. Oh shit. Okay. We made it. Although I haven't seen Ishtar Freaker since you brought it up. Let's see, what else was I watching? The Big Sick with Camille Nanjiani. Don't think that had a longer version. I hate stuff like this. Bugs me because it's like you're trying to remember something that you did, you know, that you remember doing, but you don't remember the specifics. Like a simple thing, like I feel simple thing, like remembering what what movie you found out had a 40-minute extra cut. That was always one of my favorite things about The Abyss and Aliens. You know, two James Cameron movies that have like extra long cuts with more story that isn't necessary, but it's fun and enjoyable to see what else he was gonna be telling about the stories in those movies. I think the tension was there between world powers in the original cut of The Abyss, the theatrical cut of The Abyss, but in the director's cut, things like the massive, I think like tidal wave and preparing to destroy humanity. I think that was stuff that was not in the original theatrical cut of The Abyss. And Aliens, it was the you get to see the colony before the aliens hatch, and Newt's parents, and Newt when she's, you know, with her parents and everything like that, versus just happening across her later. Little other nuanced things like sentry guns that were set up that you never fully see it, but they obliterate like a whole bunch of the aliens, and then eventually run out of ammo when they're were completely depleted, and then that led I think the aliens to finding another way to get to them, which leads to the classic scene of they're 14 meters away, they're 10 meters, 8, 8, that's in the room. Well, it's what it says. Or something like that. And then looking up in the ceiling. Classic. Okay, structurally, again, we got a good chunk of this done tonight. Pretty happy about that. Next Tuesday, when we come back to work on this, I might we'll put steel. I might do it offline, but we'll put steel on the whole front chest area, but we're going to focus on starting the rest of the head. What I really need to see right now is if we really are at the right height in proportioning of where the head is, or if I do need to go at least one more like chunk of 10 blocks higher. I was saying it the other day, but I do think ultimately at this point the upper arm going to the shoulder, I think that is a little bit wider than it should be for the size of the build. But it's not like I'm expecting this to be a 1-to-1 ratio exact match build. I'm doing my best to adapt and make it close, I think. So I'm not terribly worried about that. But as long as when we do it and we look at it and we say that is the ThunderCats layer, I'm going to be happy. But that could be a bit of a change, a tweak, a modification I have to do. If that's the case, everything up on that shoulder height, everything is going to go up another 10 blocks in order to get some height versus the width kind of parameters of the build done. And that'll be a lot of work too, but that's why I think I have to also kind of sit and decide, like, is it worth it to me that much to ensure that it's that close to accurate or not. So we'll see. Okay. All right, so we've got floor 2 structure set in place. I think we're gonna do a sacrifice here of 2 blocks. Just so we don't have to go around to the front just to do this. Offline, I'll probably finish the flooring of this all the way through. So all the way down there, all the way down here, and the rest. And I'll make those lanterns here before we log off. So let's go back home real quick. See how much oil we have. Check the dump box first. Any oil in here? Oil shale. Yeah, if I have to make oil, that's fine. It's just check the dump boxes first and then move it on to our supplies. Oh yeah, okay, we got plenty. Never mind. Let's see. Lantern is forged iron, headlights, electronic parts, duct tape. Okay. Plenty of headlights. Duct tape made from glue. Alright. All's well ends well here. Okay. 3. Oops. Went to home 2. Any zombies to kill before we move on? Yep. There is somebody in this town that just does not want to close the gates. It drives me nuts. Okay, all right, we're wrapping up here. So again, here's one last little look here as it gets foggy again, as we teleport over. Damn it. But yeah, so I'm gonna make some lanterns. I'll place those in the build on the first floor there, just to start getting some lighting. Yep. Lantern 17. Why not? All right, we gotta be careful. I don't want to mix this cobble with our cobble. So we gently pull it out one by one. Medical, we can put that away. That's why I got click and drag it versus hot buttoning it. Okay, there we go. Okay, so apparently I had some oil here. There we go. I had 6. Okay. We are good to go. Folks, that's it for me tonight. Not too bad. That's almost 8-hour stream. 8 hours by the time I do my outro and finish up here. So a good chunk of just standard basic project progress, and this is what's going to have to happen over the next 4 or 5 days of stream on 7 Days to Die, is that I'm just going to have to do all the boring stuff and framework stuff, but in order to get a build this size going, a lot of this stuff I really wanted to get done a month ago, but life happens. So trying to do the best we can with what we got, and I think we're making it work. I think today was a pretty good progress day. So next 7 Days to Die stream for the ThunderCats Lair is going to be Tuesday, Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday. And then Monday and Wednesday is going to be Pal World with news of the Ashland expansion pending from Valheim. I'm taking a pause on Valheim for a little bit here, but if you guys are watching my stuff and you are wanting to see a little bit more Valheim, do let me know. I at least wanted to do a big chunk focus on 7 Days to Die this next week, so we can wrap up a good chunk of this build and get further along in progress. So I appreciate everybody that came out tonight. Appreciate the conversations. Had some really good movie talk tonight, TV show talk tonight. Certainly appreciate it when conversations lend that way, because it's something I hold near and dear to my heart. I love movies, love TV shows. So on that particular note, if you came into my stream and you didn't chat tonight, you're a lurker. No obligation to chat. You come into my streams, you hang out. I don't mind having you here. But if it's because you don't have a topic of conversation, as mentioned before, I like talking about TV shows, movies, comic books, and of course, whatever it is I'm streaming at the time as well. So I thank you all for coming out tonight. As always, we'll see you on the next adventure. Monday night, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.